Yeah. Oh, you said, oh, you talking about after? Like you ain't going to. Good. Number one, you ready, Lord? Test it, test it. Digital audio interface, yeah, Camping 4. There's two Camping 4s. One is digital audio interface, one is communications. I think that should be good. I think because you guys hooked up another camera, I think that's what's going on. No, it's not hooked up. Oh, he got that. Yes. There it is. Good. Good. I can. Anybody got any questions? Anything? Camera a little closer. Camera too far. Just turn it. Just turn the lens and pull it in. Grab the lens. Grab the lens.
Oh, just the lens right here.
Turn it. Like back your hand up a little bit. Get it where you want it.
Oh, this one right here.
Right.
Okay, there we go, right there.
We good?
Okay. But you might want to bring the angle. Oh, this angle right here, right? That should be good right there. That's good right there.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Yo, man, what's been going on in the earth, though, man? Kanye, Kyrie, coming out saying we God chosen people, right? But listen, the Most High, like, does it really matter if you're a rich man? I always used to say this to myself. I used to say, you know, when it comes to this truth coming out to Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, the Lord is not going to use no rich man to do it, right? But that proved me wrong, though. That proved me wrong because what Kyrie said that woke a lot of people up. A lot of brothers and sisters started to tune in and started to listen and see wait, what are they talking about? What is this that they saying that we're the real Jews or we're Semites? What actually is a Semite, right? And see, that's the fight that the I.S.U.P.K has been having for so long. We've been fighting. We've been going on these streets across America, across the world, to show blacks and Hispanics that they are God's chosen people, right? That's been our whole constituency, is to go out to the streets and show blacks and Hispanics that they are truly somebody special, that they are truly people that deserve recognition and deserve love, right? And they're not just slaves. They're not just people at the bottom. They're not just people who deserve the life that they have, but they are actually a people who are the greatest people that the Lord has ever created. You understand? If you could, somebody give me Deuteronomy 7:6, so I can show people something. All right. See, because it's funny. It was funny when the so-called Jew, he saw that Kanye West and Kyrie Irving said that something about us being black, something about black people being Jews. He said, that's anti-Semitic. How dare you, right? When in reality, the Lord chose you, black man. The Lord chose blacks and Hispanics to be those people, right? And so we're so stuck in this hellish of a kingdom called America. We're so bogged down with oppression in our jobs and, just life itself, that we can't even see through all of the blinders that Christianity, Catholicism, and Islam have put on our people. If a brother got that, go ahead and let me know.
Oh, God, sir. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 6. Mm-hmm. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God.
Man, we are a holy people. We are not a ratchet people. We are not a thuggish, ruggish people. We are a holy people unto the Most High. I know everybody in this room knows that holy means to be separate. That's who we are. We are not what they say that we are, right? Read it from the top one more time.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself.
Right, to be a special people, to be a favorite people. In the job, they call it favoritism. They showing favoritism. I don't F with this job because they be showing Tom. Yeah, I got more experience than him. Well, they promoted him the other day. I do that job. They showing favoritism. Well, the Lord shows favoritism to you, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. He showed favoritism to you over all these other nations, right? And because Christianity, they will think that is just unfair. It is unfair that the Lord chose a people above everybody else. But isn't that what the so-called Jewish man says? He says that he is God's favorite.
Right.
He calls everybody else, not just blacks and Hispanics, he calls you Goyim, meaning cattle. Everybody else is just cattle eating and walking and moving. And it made me think about that scripture where it talks about we are like animals going to the slaughter. I'm paraphrasing, right? Like the way we die. But he looks at the so-called Jewish man looks at us like we're just cattle. We're just animals. And he's God's chosen people, and he's better than everybody, right? Go ahead and read that again. That part of that precept.
God, sir. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people.
What?
Above all people.
Oh my goodness. So the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob said he had a people that was above everybody. Now, we can agree that everybody comes from Adam. We can agree that the Lord created all of these nations. He created them all, right? But see, the problem comes from Christianity is where we say that we are God's favorite people. We are God's special people. And then that's when people get a hiccup. They say, oh, wait, hold up. That don't sound like, that don't sound like Jesus Christ that I know. The Jesus Christ that I know loves everybody and he hugs everybody. He walks around with a flower in his ear and he's like a hippie. That's what that is basically what the problem is when it comes to us saying that we are God's chosen people, is that Christianity is the fight that people have in their head. Like, wait a minute, now that can't be true. I know God loves everybody, but it's right here in the Bible. It's right here. It's right here in the scriptures. Read it again.
Come on. For thou art an unholy people unto the Lord thy God.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord thy God have chosen thee to be a special people.
And then go back to being a special people. Like I said, we're God's favorite, right? And I always say this, and maybe other brothers have said this. Everybody has a outfit that is their favorite outfit in the closet. You got something that you love above everything else. Maybe it may be a pair of shoes or a jacket or a shirt, but that thing that's been in there for the longest, and you take care of it, and you love it. You understand? That's how the Lord looks at us. Like, he has the right. We all have a right to have something that's our favorite. Well, the Lord created everybody on the earth, man. And he has the right to have a favorite people. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are God's favorite people. You are that special people that he chose for himself. The problem is that you're too damn hung on wanting to follow your lust and follow your pleasure. You love righteousness more than you love pleasure, right? And so when it comes to us, like, our only issue is that we're hung up on all of the things America puts in front of us. The drugs, the sexual deviancy. These are the hiccups. These are the things that stop us from actually seeing who we are, from actually grasping and holding on to that identity. Because we all know this. We all know that Black and Hispanic people don't have an identity. We all carry the names of our oppressor. We all carry the names of the people who enslaved us. In every other nation around us, you go right out here, you got the Chinaman, you got the Arabs, you got the East Indians. They know their forefathers. Even the Africans can tell you who they were. They can tell you about their actual forefathers, their customs, their cultures. When you get to Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, what's your culture? What's your culture? Anybody? What's Black and Hispanic culture in America? What they do in rap videos? What's our culture? Go ahead, Al.
If I may, Adawan, we basically embody the oppressor's culture.
Get that brother a hand. We embody the white man's culture. Listen, the white man is like, it's like our relationship with the so-called white man is like a child-father relationship, right? And a child emulates his father or his parents. He sees them do things just like in a Black community. Our children emulate what we do. Whether you walk in the house with your pants hanging down your damn ass, Salaki for my speech, you sell drugs. If a woman, I was having this discussion with my rib the other day, a woman that dresses in a whorish way, what do you think is going to come out of that with her daughters? Her daughters are going to grow up and think that it's okay to have their body exposed and to dress like that. And that is the relationship of a child and a parent. Well, with Blacks and Hispanics, the white man is your parent. Right. That is our relationship with America. America, what they promote is our lives. We actually have no culture. Our culture is a subset of American culture. Right. That's it. That's all. Right? Who was reading for me? Go ahead.
You want me to start 6, sir?
Go ahead.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God.
Right.
The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself.
And listen, man, you are special, man. You are so great, Israel. You are so great, but it's great for the wrong things. We're so great in selling drugs. We're so great in twerking. We're so great in hating another brother and gunning them down and smoking a pack. We're so great at those things in wickedness. We're great, right? Imagine if we could take that greatness and turn that greatness over to righteousness.
Right.
Man, we will rule the world.
Right.
Overnight. We would rule the planet overnight, literally. You understand? If we could just see who we are and apply all of that energy we have for the negative side unto the positive side, or should I say the righteous side,
Right.
we would rule the world, right? Go ahead.
Above all people.
Above all people. Now listen, he's saying you're above all people. That's low key like a racist statement,
Right.
right? Above all people. What does the KKK say? What does the so-called Jews say? Right? Every people have a feeling deep inside of them that they are better than another people.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. And furthermore, it's nothing wrong to prefer your people over another people. Everybody does it in front of your face. And Black and Hispanic people, you don't even see it. You don't see that East Indians are preferring their people right in your face at the convenience stores, right. The 7-Elevens, the Wawas. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You don't see it. You don't see that the Arabs is preferring their people right in your face at the liquor store, right? Right. They hire their people. They bring their people in. They set up shop. Look, hold your point. I'm gonna come straight to you. I remember we used to live on this corner where it was a 99-cent store. There were some Arabs. They had a 99-cent store, right? And you go in there, and they, Arabs are cool. What's up, brother? Yeah, well, yeah, And over a period of time, I seen them bringing in their family from the Middle East, right? Setting them up, getting them right. Then next thing you know, they started to open up another type of establishment, a pizza store next door. And before you know it, it's a whole chain of pizza stores and 99-cent stores, and they did it with their own family. Meanwhile, the people that's coming in the store is Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Right. Buying blunts, purple, grape blunts, cigarettes, right. Pro Club t-shirts, and all of those other wham-whams that they got in there, right? But they prefer their people right in front of your face, and you can't even see. You think you're diverse because your culture is American culture, which tells you gotta have a little diversity. And we'll sprinkle a little Blacks and we'll sprinkle a little Hispanics in there and mix everybody up, right? And you don't see that everybody loves their own, and they're just here making a living, doing business in America.
So I may add one. What you're saying is so heavy. It's like that scripture in Deuteronomy 28 and 48, where it says, the Lord, that we shall serve our enemies in hunger and thirst, and He shall.
If you could, give me that.
Deuteronomy 28 and 48.
Concert.
And until they shall destroy us. And it's like, as a people, we've been destroyed so much mentally. Mm-hmm. It's like we've accepted that we are just servant. We're just here to serve our oppressors, whether it be the white, the Caucasian, the Arabs, the East Indian, the Chinese. We just accepted a position of servitude. And this is why what I.S.U.P.K is doing is so heavy, because we giving our people back that self-esteem to know that, we're not servants. Right. Right. These people are supposed to serve us, and that's a threat to the oppressors.
Right. Get that brother a hand.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies.
You'll serve your friends.
Thine enemies.
Your best buddies.
Thine enemies.
Gentlemen them that you go and have a drink with at the bar.
Thine enemies.
Your enemies. Go ahead.
Which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things.
We were just talking about this about a week ago, where we don't own anything. Blacks and Hispanics you don't produce anything. You don't have no land that you produce a certain industry or textiles for survival. We don't have electricity plants. We don't have water. We don't have a water company. We don't have none of these things that produce the basic essentials of life. You understand? But all these other nations have these things. We got to go to these people for these things. I was bringing that out that I know a lot of brothers is in that clubhouse group, and it was one day I was in there, and you got WAC 100, you got Captain Zarak, you got a couple brothers in there, and they were talking about resources and everything, And a lot of people were leaning on the side of, nah, you gotta go be about your business and get money. You know what the hell you talking about? We gotta get money. We can't live back in the 1700s. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what Wack was pushing, right? And he was just basically saying, like, it's about bread, it's about getting your money. F all of that, living in the 1700s, doing all, you know, agriculture and all of that. But when Christ returned, that's what the earth is going to go back to. It's agriculture. Television and social media got us blinded, not realizing your food comes from a damn farm. Your meat, your potatoes, your vegetables, it comes from agriculture. Right. It don't come from the supermarket. Right. It's going to be a day when there's nothing on that goddamn supermarket, on them shelves. Right? Then what? What is your money going to do? Right? We go to our oppressor for everything. What about when America falls? Right. What about when the dollar falls? Then will your money actually mean anything? Let's just say it stopped. The Lord said, you know what? I'm not let it rain for a while. That affects everything. Everything we get comes from the Lord. I know that we got to go to our oppressor, but if you are one of those simple Negroes that think like, you know, I'm going to get my bag, you know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about y'all broke niggas because I'm going to have my bag up. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to worry about nothing. You got to go to your oppressor for everything. If you got your own business, you got to go to them for your supplies. Most of the supplies come from, somebody help me out. Most of the things in America come from where?
Other countries, sir.
Other countries. China. You know what I'm saying? Most of the things you have come from. So it's a very, very fragile reality that you live in. You don't know that the Lord, if it wasn't for the Lord, we would be destroyed. Right. We wouldn't even be here. Right? Your oppressor doesn't love you. Your oppressor don't give a damn. Your oppressor eats off of you like every other nation eats off of you. That's the only reason why why we ain't destroyed is because of the Lord. Keep going on that. Huh?
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed.
That yoke of iron is figuratively and spiritually, right? So you want to ask the so-called Jew, when was the yoke of iron put on your neck? Like, when was you? Okay, you said it was the so-called the Holocaust, right? Right. Okay, but they actually put yokes of iron on our neck, right? Right. And we still have that yoke of iron on our neck, right? And so you can even look at what happened with the brother. What was the brother with the knee on his neck?
George Floyd.
Spiritually and figuratively and actually, right? These things are happening to us, but we are a special people and we just don't know it, man. Right? We don't understand the fact that, you know, we are actually loved in this place, and all of those people, they are not the people that we think they are. The so-called Jewish man, he is not that guy. You understand? Right. But blacks and Hispanics, you're him, you're her. You know what they say? Pronoun. What is it? What's your pronoun? The blacks and Hispanics, you're him, right? And you're her. You're God's chosen. You know what I'm saying? Princes and princesses. Right? You could drop that. Anybody want to bring out anything? Go ahead.
So, like, if I may, speaking to what you were saying about the Arabs and whatnot, I've noticed in LA, like, they won't even hire black men. Mm-hmm. But if you're a pretty girl, you're getting hired.
Oh yeah, that goes on in the black community. That goes on. I've seen that too. I've seen that with my eyes. They definitely love our women, just like the Hamites. Mm-hmm. They don't really deal with us, but they'll deal with our women. You understand it? Go ahead.
So like a precept, if I could, sir.
Go ahead.
It's the book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 6, and verse 54. Mm-hmm. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all.
We all come of Adam. Adam is everybody knows that Adam is the father of all mankind, and we all come from him. White people, Arabs, Asians, all of us. Go ahead.
And the people also whom thou hast chosen.
Wait. So everybody comes from Adam, but also the people who the Lord has chosen. So we see there's a distinction right there, right?
Right.
So God has a people that he has chosen out of all of these people. Go ahead.
All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sake.
Because the world was made for our sakes. This world was made for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians to flourish.
Right.
But we are a hard-headed, knock-headed, knock-kneed, selfish, country fried chicken, simpleton Negro people that don't want to hear the word of the Lord. And we refuse, we want to do what we want to do. And see, we find ourselves, even with this truth, we find ourselves in the same situation as in when we were coming into the promised land, where we had all the nations round about us, right? And the Lord said, don't do what they do.
Right.
We're a separate people, but the Lord didn't just separate us in another land. He put us block right there with a whole bunch of nations around us. And so now you have a fight, you have a struggle, right? You have to fight demons that tell you, oh, they over there, they smoking hookah. What is some of the things that difference do that black and Hispanic people like to go into?
Oh, Salaki, sir. I was going to say some things that
I can't think of anything right now, but
you know, the East Indians, when COVID hit hard, they were bathing in baths full of cow dung, and they canned cow urine and drink it like soda and beer in a six-pack.
right. So listen, with the East Indians also, that's where the dreadlocks come from. A lot of black people can't. They like, oh, I'm natural. I'm blackity black. Got my dreadlocks. I'm a dye the tips. You know what I'm saying? This is real blackness. Not knowing that's a worship of another god.
Right.
Right. That comes through the East Indians to the tribe of Benjamin.
Right.
Right. And then black people in America pick it up like, oh, I'm back to my roots. Right. But what are some other things that some other practices that other nations have that we have indulged in? Go ahead.
The dietary laws, eating lobster, shrimp, crab.
Oh man,
such.
You name it, man. What's the thing down in Louisiana? What was it? Was it like a crab boy? What? Crawfish. Now I'm gonna say this. Here we got crawfish, and I remember when I was young, we used to go in a little river, in a little stream, and get crawfish and get a big old thing of them, right? But what's the thing called? Is it gumbo or crab boil?
Oh,
it's
yes.
real big with down south.
Both concerts.
It's an abomination, man. And they be eating that damn thing. I be like, ugh, like what the hell? Like, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know where that comes. That comes from a mixture of cultures in Louisiana. I think they had like French and all of that up in there. Some other thing, some other
Slovakia, we drug use and abuse and sale, all of that witchcraft.
yeah, go ahead. You was done? Were you done?
Sorry, if I could
Go ahead.
If I could, one more thing, like the idolization of whoredom, so pornography, the stripping, prostitution.
Man, that is a cancerous. That's a virus in the Black and Hispanic community. The pornography, all of that, right? And I'm gonna get to that. Go ahead.
Like it, sir, if I could. Speaking of viruses and other practices coming from other nations, sir, our people, for some reason now, are very big into homosexuality.
Right. And you know, these things go back to what we were talking about earlier, as far as we have a child-parent relationship with America. So what they promote, what they do, we look at it and say, and then we start to want to emulate it, and then we start to think that, oh, it's not really wrong with it because they do it. If it was something that bad, then why am I allowed to do it? Right? Why am I allowed to do it? So that's the mind frame, and we have a childlike mind frame in the Black and Hispanic community. We have a mind frame as far as the heavy issues of our people. We would rather let the white man deal with that. It's like, I'm gonna let my parents deal with that. I want to get high. Nigga, I don't know what y'all want to do, but I'm finna go get a backwood. We finna get high. We finna go to this party. We finna go do this. We finna, you know what I mean? We not finna, I know black men is getting killed, and I know that we're the number one in all the bad things, high blood pressure, heart disease, and all of those things. And crime is really bad in the hood and everything, but I'll let the oppressor deal with that. I'll let him figure out what's the issue with that. I want to focus on the things that give me pleasure. Remember, we are people that love pleasure more than righteousness, and that's why we find ourselves in the situation that we do. That's why we find ourselves at protesting and begging and asking and thinking that is the answer to all our problems, when the I.S.U.P.K has had the answer since 1969 for all the problems that are in the Black Hispanic community. I can look out here and I don't have to talk to y'all to know that y'all all was tore up from the floor up.
Right.
I don't have to speak to y'all. You know why? Because I was tore up from the floor. I was, you know what I'm saying? I was down bad. I already know how you get in here is being at your lowest point. I already know that. You know what I mean? I don't have to ask y'all like, how did you come into the truth? What was your thing? What was your moment when you just snapped and said, you know what, F it. I'm finna make this phone call and I'm finna get into these classes. You know what I'm saying? I already know, like, because I'm Black. I grew up in the hood. We all grew up in the hood, so we already know we all go through the same things. And it takes something, like, what's the scripture? Somebody get it for me. A contrite spirit. The Lord requires a contrite spirit. It takes for you to be at a certain point. And if somebody could give me the definition of contrite, if you could.
It's like that. Contrite, feeling or expressing remorse or penitence of guilt.
So you're affected by you feeling remorse and you feeling guilt. You feeling a certain type of way about the life you've been living. Go ahead out. You got that scripture?
Go.
All right.
The book of Psalm chapter 34 verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart.
The Lord is close to them that are a broken heart. You don't find this truth when you proud and when you doing your dirt and can't nobody tell you a damn thing. That's not how you come into the truth. You come into the truth when you got a broken heart. You come into the truth from having a broken spirit. You come into the truth but for being tired of the same damn thing. That's how you come into the truth, right? Go ahead, read it from the top.
The Most High is nigh. The book of Psalm chapter 34 verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart.
The Most High is close to them that do have a broken heart. And who are the people that have a broken heart? Who are the meek of the earth? Go ahead,
So like us right here.
us right here. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, SHALAM. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians in the ghetto, in the barrio, in the favela, on the reservation. These people have a broken heart. You understand? These people have such a broken heart that they commit crimes against one another, that they hurt one another, that they go into what we were talking about earlier, pornography, sexual deviancy, right, and have all types of addictions that are under the sun that no one knows about.
Yeah. Can I get a little bit?
Yeah, we got you, sir.
Appreciate it. What was you going over?
We were going over contract spirit, being having a broken heart.
Okay. Most High in Christ. Yes, indeed. Let's go into something. I know a real good scripture that I like, in reference to being in the right frame of mind. Let's go. Let me see. Psalm 51. Someone want to read that from 1? Yeah, Bob. Sure. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Slack, yeah, one.
Go ahead.
Psalms 51:1.
Yes, please.
This is the book of Psalm, chapter 51, verse 1. Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies. Blot out my transgression.
That's all we can ask for. You understand? That the loving kindness of the Most High, you understand, and the multitude of his mercies will, he will see us, you understand, and forgive us. Go ahead.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me.
Okay.
Against thee only have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest.
Okay. So Most High press on that. Any other any topics or questions that you might want to go over in particular? Anything? All right. It's got a lot of news out. Questions on what you're going to speak on tomorrow, or what have you. What do you want to go in on? Things that you might want to bring out, that you want to get some clarification, so you can pronounce it on the street. I mean, this is Vegas. We're going to be on the strip. You know what I'm saying? You want to come with that A game. Go ahead.
If I may, sir, I wanted to know if we have any history as far as Vegas, because I know wherever you see the richest, you know that our people are suffering the most. We have a history on the money that built this city.
I don't have the actual factuals about everything how Vegas was built up, except for through the mob and everything like that. But of course, as being the service workers or what have you, and following behind and coming where the money is, that we of course came to this area, you understand, in search of a better life, so to speak, or what have you. You know what I'm saying? Chasing fool's goals, as it may be. But as far as some of the local histories of brothers and sisters that are famous in the area for doing either bad or good, you understand, I have to do more research, right? As far as that, maybe Shabal knows you from the area, a little bit more from the area, or anybody on the West Coast, or what have you. It's good to see all y'all too, you know what I'm saying? Download that app, you know what I'm saying, so we can stay in contact this weekend and everything. Go ahead, Malak.
So like the general, brother online has a question.
Okay.
This is from Cry Out, Spare Not podcast. Shalom, Yahabba, Shem Yahushua Barakatah, priest and officer I.S.U.P.K, Hayan from Kentucky.
Okay.
Salakia, sir, can I get a breakdown on Genesis 1, chapter 1, verse 6 through 8, and some precepts for battling a flat earth nut?
Start at verse 6.
Another one time. This is the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 6. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide.
Clap it up. Let's get on. Or if you can't stay awake, you might as well leave now. You did not come to go to church. Everybody understands that. All right? You're going to get it on tonight, give yourselves a hand. I'll take all of your questions right now, and I will, of course, get into the topics that I need to get into tonight. All right? Questions, let's have them in the room and online. Any questions at all? Take your time. It's all right. No rush. It's okay. Any questions online? Please.
It was from this is from Officer I.S.U.P.K Hayan from Kentucky, sir. Salakia, sir, can I get a breakdown on Genesis chapter 1, verse 6 through 8, and some precepts for battling a flat earth nut?
Yeah, let's get into that. Go ahead and read the precept. That's something usually I wouldn't even answer a question about the earth being flat. I've been around too long for that. I don't have the kind of patience I used to have.
That's what young men are for patience and kindness and mercy. Because I virtually lost all of mine. Everybody understands that. But of course, the earth is round, Akim, all right? The earth is round. This is something that, brothers and sisters knew in the Bible. I appreciate you. Brothers and sisters knew in the Bible years ago. I'll give you a few precepts on that if you need that, all right? Go ahead.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 6. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 7. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the
Let
waters.
me give you a simpler one. This is solid, but let me just look up a circle of the earth. You could, all right, the what? That should be enough for that. Then you can look through history and science and Copernicus and everything else to prove that the earth, of course, is indeed round as opposed to flat, all right? But I'll give you one precept on it, then I got to move on. Give me circle of the earth. I believe it's in Isaiah, all right? The water for the Scotch, I can give him a hand. Water to General Kubalama. Held it down, the water. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Doc.
And also
Officer who?
the walk.
The Wagabar, give him a hand. We good to go here? Circle of the earth. Read it.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth.
Upon the what?
Circle of the earth.
Upon the what?
Circle of the
So
earth.
who has time for all of that garbage out? You're pouring in the ghetto. And you're debating. Imagine someone is debating the UPK about the earth being flat while you were molested as a child. You grew up in the projects and in foster care. And what? And now you finally see men that are willing to risk their lives to save yours. And what do you want to battle about the earth being flat? All right. Whatever. The earth is whatever the hell you want it to be. Now, what about that molestation that you've been through? What about the poverty you've been through? What about the homelessness that you've been through and you are going to go through in the future? You might want to make that a topic, Doc, or at least something of importance in your life one day, all right? For now on, the earth is whatever the hell I say it is. The earth is a cube. The earth is a goddamn cube from now on. Everybody understands? Now let's deal with the homelessness problem, right? Let's get our children in better schools. Let's do that now that we know that the earth is a perpendicular square. Anything else? Good. Any questions? I'll answer down, or else I'll get into my topic. I'm going straight into the IUIC, that nonsense in there. All about that purple choir. All about the great offense that they commit all the time, and especially now. And the NDA that you have to sign to become a member, and what that means and where it all comes from. I'll do that if you have no questions. Anything else? Give Abadie a hand. He's rough on the church board.
He was laying down a heavy assault on TikTok.
He was.
Got all them mad, they flagging the videos on TikTok, trying to shut down the page.
Officer Abadie, give him a hand. Oh, that's General Mayor. I can hear from headquarters. Give him a hand, General Mayor. Christ. Where we at? You got a question? Go ahead.
I want to break down in Ecclesiastes 38, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Right? 25. I started 24, sir. The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure.
Mm-hmm.
And he that hath little business shall become wise.
Mm-hmm. You want this broken down or not? From here or further down?
It was more on the parts afterwards, on 25.
Okay, go ahead.
How can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow, and that glorieth in the gold, that driveth oxen, and is occupied in their labors, and whose talks is of bullocks?
From the top?
If I could, sir.
From the top, read it again.
The wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure.
If you could understand this precept, right, then you could understand exactly why our oppressor put so many burdens on the children of Israel.
Come on.
Now you know why Mexico is the way it is, and Guatemala and Haiti, and Argentina and Brazil and America are the way they are. We're so poor so that we can constantly spend every day struggling and striving to survive. Because if you are struggling to eat and struggling to live, then you will never be able to gain wisdom, because you won't have the time to explore. You won't have the time to read. You won't have the time to research, because you will constantly be working day and night. It's oppression. It's the purpose of it. It's why nothing can change. People try to change things. There are groups right here in Las Vegas, certain Edomites, man, devils, that oppressors that try to help the poor people out here in Las Vegas. And time again, the government of this city will push and strike everything down that they do, because they don't want people to have an easier way to live. They want you constantly scraping every day. Why? Because it distracts you from what would elevate you, from what would make you better. And that's wisdom. Now keep reading.
And he that have little business shall become wise.
If you don't have a lot of work, then what could you do? Research, study, travel, explore. You could read. There was a time when so few poor people read, and it wasn't that long ago. I mean, it was not that long ago when so few poor people ever read a book, because what use did they have with reading a goddamn book? How could it help them when they're out in the field all day cutting sugar cane? It held no purpose in their life, reading or researching anything. Keep going.
For 25. How can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow?
You know what a plow is, right? A plow is what you do out in the field, and you plow a field so that you can dig up the dirt, so you can plant in that dug up dirt. Well, how are you going to get wisdom when you're plowing all day in the field? When are you going to read? When are you going to explore anything besides base level understanding of eating and sleeping and getting up to do it again? Keep going.
And that glorieth in the gold.
And that glory, the gold, I believe, is a farming tool. You can look it up to research it. I believe it's a farming tool. Look it up real quickly if you don't mind. You good to go, Mayak? You want something? You want to say something? You have it, let me know, right?
Okay, gold, a spiked stick used for driving cattle.
His glory is in the goad, or like that's where the term goading them. What do they call it today? A cattle prod. To stick the cattle and make them go where you want them to go. Read that last part again.
And that glorieth in the gold.
But he's glorying in how his stick works and how his stick makes these cattle move down a path or move into a barn. That's his life. And that's your life and your father's life and your mother's life. Dishes, hot water, washing cars. Come on.
If I may, sir, would that be similar to brothers getting a 50-cent raise, dollar raise, a promotion?
Let me tell you something. There's only one way that you could be happy about getting a 50-cent raise, and that's if your paycheck is very, very small. Now, to understand Edomites, to understand oppressors, you got to think from his perspective, which is one of the things I do for Commander General YAHANNA. The only way that this man could be happy with 50 cents is if you pay him next to nothing. If you gave him more money, then you have to give him bigger raises. You understand? That hurts the company. The cheaper he is, the more enthusiastic he'll be about a grain of rice, about something that's pitiless. He'll just be so happy about it. Oh my God, forget about a day off. A day off is like, you're getting a Thanksgiving off. Oh my God, it is the best thing in the world. It is an amazing thing that you get a day off. Well, there's only one way that you could love a day off, and that's if they work you to death every other day. And that is how our oppressor thinks. Because if you had any time, if you weren't constantly scraping and striving and the things that people have to do to survive, listen, I know your mind is on Jay-Z and Kyrie Irving and LeBron James and Kanye West and what's the little cat that got arrested today? The football player. Come on.
It's like that's Antonio Brown.
Antonio Brown. I know your whole life is rappers and movie stars. Forget about Will Smith and Chris Rock. And Chris Rock got hit in the face. I know you don't know anybody that ever got hit in the face. You know how many people I've hit in the face? It was like a kind of occurrence. But him getting hit in the face is national news. It's a big thing. Your whole life is about rich people. That's your entire existence. Fantasizing about rich people. But here's something that you don't understand. You are much closer to the people living in the subway than you are to the people in the NDA. You understand? You're closer to them. Now, you might not live in the subway. You might live in the subway. Of course, not in here because Commanding General YAHANNA doesn't allow his men to live in subways. He doesn't allow that. And of course, people out in the world or people watching online, you might, live in a home. You might have a car. You might have, food on your table, and you might, have TV and the internet to watch. You are far closer to someone living in a tent than you are to a rich person living in Beverly Hills. There is nothing you can do to get to where he is. Nothing. Oh my God, you could get sick and end up in a tent. You could break your leg. Think about sometimes this is good to do. What would have to happen to you in your life for you to end up homeless? And you think for a second about how easy it could be. Easy. Child support, lose your job. How would you lose your job? Damn near anything. Forget about getting hurt. Getting hurt, getting sick. And you're homeless. You're in a tent or living in your car, which somehow has become, the new home for everyone to just live in their car. And that became so normal. But meanwhile, your whole life is about rich people and what's happening to rich people and all of their struggles, all of the problems they have. When you are one step, one injury, one illness from living in your car. If I was you, I might, put my mind on that. Well, of course, your oppressor, he doesn't want you thinking about life and how you could make it better. He wants you thinking about how you can survive. So your life is plowing, farming, getting in the field and working, because if not, you'll starve to death. Keep going.
That driveth oxen and is occupied in their labors, and whose talks is of bullocks.
And when you go to talk, when it's time for you to have a conversation, what's your conversation? Bullocks, a bull. So when you go to talk, your talk is about work. You talk to everyone, your whole conversation is about, we got to bring this many in today and get these piles in today and do this order and fill this order. I got to get in there and do that and do this. That's all you know about. You know about nothing else other than, I got to do this and file that and get that done by this day, and take this pile on this side of the room, put it on that side of the room, and then put it back on the other side tomorrow and get that clean and get that stripped and get that painted. That's your talk. That's all you can talk about because you don't know anything else. That's by design. That's done on purpose. Keep going.
He giveth,
see me one more time, please.
He giveth his mind to make furrows.
Read that one more time.
He giveth his mind to make furrows.
Furrows, I believe, is a little thing that animals get in. Look it up first, please.
I got it, sir.
Go ahead.
Furrow, a long, narrow trench made in the ground by a plow, especially by planting seeds or for irrigation.
So it's a long pile, a long stretch, so you can plant seeds in there. All right, a row in essence. Read that one more time.
He giveth his mind to make furrows.
Your mind is on making those rows.
Is that the same one as that word? Can you spell that word again?
Furrows.
So is that the same word where it says break up that fallows or that following?
Follow. That sounds right, but I'd have to ask first.
If you just look up the dick,
please, you can look it up for the please. Follow ground, right? Follow, is that right? I believe it's follow. You can see if it's the same thing as Pharaoh, all right? Keep going.
And is diligent to give the kind fodder.
He is diligent to give the kind
Like cow.
a cow. Fodder, which means feed him. He's diligent to feed the cow. That's what he's diligent in. Surviving, the work that you have to do every day to survive. Well, the more that you are solely focused on that, the more that you will never be free. And your people will never be free, and you'll never have wisdom. And without wisdom, can you imagine what life would be like? Let me tell you about it. Without wisdom, you know what you'll need to do eventually, because your life is so mundane and so desperate, and your life is so miserable. You know what you'll need after a minute? Drugs. You're going to have need drugs. When I say need, I mean need. You understand? You'll need them.
If I can comment, it's so heavy what you're bringing out, because being like this, being how the Lord wants you to be, the world will call us lazy.
Right.
Like trying to get off of work and not thinking about work and not loving work like they love it or like they act like they love it, we'd be looked at as lazy.
Right.
And so that messes with our mind. Now we fight to prove we're not lazy, meanwhile missing the connection with the Lord all the time. It's like,
What General Mayak is saying is so true. And that whole even thinking like that comes from the manipulation of rich people. Rich people will have you thinking all day, I need to give things more effort at my job and to work harder and to work harder. That is exactly what your supervisor would want. That's what he wants. That's what the owner of the company wants. For you to just give it all. Come in early, stay late, do whatever you have to do, even if you don't get paid for it. You know, it still shows diligence. And in your mind, it's like he'll see you and he'll see how diligent you are. And, you know, he'll reward you until you do that a few times and you realize that you've been a sucker forever.
Right.
He wants you to constantly Please, my God, go ahead.
please, I was in a bank the other day and this old sister,
You know, you can come up if you want to, my God.
okay, go ahead. This old sister and this old brother, right?
You take the ball up to you.
In the bank. And so they start talking about, you know, black people sitting at home and collecting money.
Mm-hmm.
And they start talking with this security guard that was at the bank. It was an Edomite. So now I'm listening, I said, I'm gonna stay out of it. You know what I'm saying? So the Edomite going into, because the complaint started, the black people want to know why you only got one worker with about 10 boobs here. Right. He said, everybody's sitting home collecting a check. That's the Edomite said. They sitting home collecting a check. We can't get nobody in here. Oh, and this old woman and this old brother started going into, they all sitting home getting that check. They still getting the check. Yeah, they still giving them the check. I work every day. They won't give me none of that money. And then they start going at these two and the Edomite. Finally, I had enough. I said, listen, America give other countries billions of dollars, man, every year. Other white countries are on welfare from America. Let black people get $100, $200. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? I said, white people are getting this and this. And so I went into about 2 minutes, stopped. Old lady said, well, I'm talking about us. I said, okay. Well, let's not forget about them. And they start going at it again. I said, I'm going to leave
Whatever. That's what happens. Like over time, you just become a slave. And that's all you are. All you care about is working. You're angry at other slaves if they aren't giving it their all. Anything else outside?
That's it.
All right, solid. Any other questions?
Slide, sir.
Please.
Can you read this down on verse 33?
Please.
Verse 33. They shall not be sought for in public counsel.
Yeah, if I could. Someone who only cares about work, no one is going to ask for your opinion about serious matters. Because, you know, all you know how to do is just to fix that car or wash those dishes. So who in the hell can come to you about something that's important? They can't, because this slavery, this hell has turned you into just a servant. And that's it. And that's why it's such a struggle. Come on.
So basically, when they asking you to vote and your vote don't count, because the electoral college really is the one that you, president, showed you that you slaves don't have any say as to what, you know.
Which is wisdom, because of course, after you turn the entire civilization and every civilian into a slave, why would you ask him who should be president? He doesn't know about things like that. He knows about working. That's it. He doesn't know about high things. So now you'll go, if you get a chance, and you'll make Donald Trump president. Or you'll go get an African with a white mother and say, this is the first black president. You don't understand things to be able to choose something that's very important.
And listen, this is how subtle your enemy is. He knows he can't give you that kind of power, but he knows he can't tell you he's not giving you that kind of power because he knows your mind. You understand?
And so that's why the Electoral College is just made for dummies in that everybody gets to go out and vote and feel like, I matter, my vote matters. And then there's another body of rich, educated people that really makes the decision. And it's just so smart. It's so perfect, the system, because all of you feel like you matter. And then in the end, there's some white man looking and going, okay, solid, I'll pick this person. And that's who makes the president, the Electoral College. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, just ask and I'll explain the Electoral College to you, all right?
Salakia, if I could, what General Mayak just said, he can't give you that power, but he knows he can't tell you that he's not giving you that power. Could you break that down a little bit, Bubba?
No, you want to go?
Don't matter to me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, please. Say that one more time.
What General Mayak said regarding the way the oppressor thinks, because he knows our mind, he says he's not giving you that power, but he knows, because he knows how you think, that he can't tell you he's not giving you that power.
And they're like the Matrix. You in the Matrix, you living in a fantasy world, you seeing these fantasy people, but you think it's the real world. And you have to think it's the real world, because if something shows you that this is a make-believe world, you'll be like the cat in the movie. You'll start wondering, well, damn, what's going on? This don't seem real. And you'll then figure it out. They'll find you and release you from the Matrix. You understand? You know what I'm saying? So you can't be released. If they tell you, if you figure out, hold up, I'm living a fantasy like we in the UPK. We live in this.
Right.
Because of the truth, we know, man, we in Disney World. This is a cartoon world we living in.
Right.
How could they believe that? How could they believe this? How can they fall for that? Because we in the truth, and the Lord is dealing with us. He's putting His Spirit on us. So we woke up in the Matrix. That's what they don't want. They don't want you to wake up while you're in the Matrix. Sorry.
Well, that was it. If I could just back up what General Mayak said about politics. 1 second. And to vote for the president, right, there are 2 votes taken that night. One is the popular vote, and the other is the Electoral College vote. The popular vote is when everyone goes down and stands in line for 8 hours and votes for the president, right? That's the popular vote. The other vote is voted by these specific people who are like congressmen, senators, governors, and they're called the Electoral College. And every state votes in certain people to be members of their Electoral College. You can look it up online to see who are the Electoral College members of Nevada. All right. Every state has a certain amount of people who make up their state's Electoral College. All right. And they're colleagues, which is where that term comes from. They're together and they take a vote. Now, the presidency is decided by the Electoral College vote, not by the popular vote. The popular vote is irrelevant when it comes to the president. That is not hyperbole. That is fact. It's how the system works. Right. The popular vote is a suggestion to the Electoral College, meaning they'll look and they'll go, oh, the people like Donald Trump. Maybe we should vote for Donald Trump. But they do not have to vote for Donald Trump, right? They just look at the popular vote and they go, okay, that's what the people want. Now I'll make my decision. It's a suggestion. It absolutely holds zero bearing on who the president is. This you can just look up. Come on.
So the populace, the way the populace vote is just more or less food for thought for the Electoral College.
Exactly. Now, I'll go a little deeper into thinking how a snake thinks. The Electoral College knows by the popular vote which politician can fool the people the best. You understand? So as he's making his decision, he'll go, oh, they really like this guy. You know, if he's elected, everyone will show up to work tomorrow on time. You understand? But he still doesn't have to do it, but it's part of what he can add to his decision-making process. He can factor in who has fooled you. Which one of these politicians has made you completely a sucker under his spell.
Right.
Now, he still can say, no, I'm not picking him. Or he can say, yes, I'll pick him. It adds to his decision. And that's politics, presidential politics in America. Come on.
To top it off, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're the same. They're just running the program that they want to be run in each category, whether it be red or blue. And you just go deeper into the goddamn hole.
Yeah, that's another thing. You can read, there's so many books written on that, on how the Democrats and the Republicans are the exact same thing on all of the big issues.
Right.
The difference is what people do they manipulate. That's it. But there is no difference when it comes to real policies. Like over in Russia with the Ukraine, Democrats and Republicans, they're on the same side of that. You understand? When it comes to something that matters, there will be no difference between Democrats and Republicans with something that matters. The difference is which group of people in America do you seduce better? And there's no other difference than that.
Hey, in the back, so can you break down, like you just said, the electoral college, they select the president, basically, right?
Okay.
Can you break down why then do people feel like it's so important to vote, the popular vote?
If you don't mind, I'll do that if it's all right. The reason that people think that it's so important to vote is because of preachers. That's it. There is no difference. There is nothing at all. I'm forgetting this. Noam Chomsky. What's his name? Noam Chomsky. He had an excellent book on this I read 10 years ago or something about this cat. There's one other guy. But Noam Chomsky, his book was excellent about this topic. And that, okay, let me say your question again, Salaki.
Okay, how people, you just explained, which is common knowledge for most people, that the electoral college selects a president. But there's still something in people that want to still go and vote for a president.
I got you throughout. The reason that people think that voting is important is because of preachers. Right. Preachers have taught blacks and Hispanics, brother. I mean, man, since when? Since the end of the Civil War, that voting was not just a responsibility as a citizen, but a religious duty, like something that you had to do for God. And if you didn't do it, it was like a smack in the face to everyone that died in the past so that blacks and Hispanics could vote. You, in essence, were insulting your ancestors if you did not vote. God wanted you to vote. It became to be a fetish, like something that had so much power in your life that it had to be done. Now, because of preachers talking about it constantly, which, like, if you think about it, that's the only real job of a church, and that's to motivate people for voting. That's the number one. You talk to Captain Kahan, brother, Captain Yashamar, Captain Yatazak, down in the South, brother. They'll tell you the churches in the South, their whole job is voting. That's the all year. All year is voting. It's just getting you ready for the midterm elections, for the presidential elections, for the city council, for the state elections. Just getting everybody all motivated so they can go out to vote and sing those stupid humming songs, and we shall overcome, and bring souls to the polls. That's the entire job of a Christian. And everything else done in church is really to support the voting process. It's just the songs and the music and all the reasons that you go are really so you can get sucked in and manipulated better so they can tell you, go out and vote. Because that's where preachers make their money out, voting. Preachers make their money on voting day. Everything else is just to get you to vote. Come on.
If I could, sir, just to make a comment real quick, I was in Texas. I was Uber. They was asking about throwing myself from California. They said, don't bring your California votes down here with you.
Wow.
Wow. I was a Mexican.
They don't want y'all coming down there. They don't want y'all getting rid of their guns down there. They like guns down there in Texas. They don't want y'all bringing that garbage down there. Exactly. And that's it. Now, can I explain to you why what preachers do works so well? The reason that what preachers constantly telling you to vote works so well with the people who, of course, are slaves and have nothing to hope for is because voting is the one thing in your life that you can have power in. And everything else in your life, you're powerless. You have no power. But on this day, you'll stand out in line for 8 hours, and they have laws where you can't even pass out water in certain states. Right? And guess what? That did not decrease the voting for black people at all. They passed those laws 2 years ago. That line is still as strong as it ever was because they're there for a religious reason. Why? Because when else in life do you get to choose anything or to have a say? When does anyone care about your opinion on anything? You're poor. Please.
So that explains the old school cliche line: if you don't vote, you don't have a voice.
Yeah, vote or die. I remember that. When was that? Back when I was in college. Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
So people aren't. They know people aren't stupid, right? They know people aren't silly. There's this thing they call the Cantillon effect, or what have you. They know that the politicians have access to the money closer or sooner than you have it. They get the money 5 times before you get it the first time. So they know that if they support a particular candidate or what have you that's closer to what the people who want to run the earth, the politicians is fucking puppets. Excuse my language.
I hear you. Go ahead.
Puppets. And so they know where the money is going to come down first if they get on the right side of the issue. And so they just want to be on the right side. Right? They'll compromise their values and everything in order to do something to get out of hell. And then you see a Negro get rich, a preacher, because he's our hoe. You know, he'll do anything for it.
Right, absolutely. Anything else? We good here or not? Any other questions? Sisters, any questions you can ask now? It's all right. Big head. I don't want to scare you to death. Go ahead.
So you mentioned the author who wrote the book. Do you remember the title? Is
Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky.
That's his name, but I can't remember it. It was a long time ago.
I think someone mentioned Russia.
Okay.
The Russians are not food or what have you. And what is the famous quote in UPK? If America didn't have Negroes and say we were in Russia, Russia would be great. Yeah, Russia would be great and powerful if they had niggas in slavery. Can I read the article title?
Please.
This is the title. Putin ally blames crisis on rise of black U.S. music stars he calls descendants of African American slaves. The Russians blame us for their downfall and how society has fallen down and our influence. You understand? Like, these people hate us. The Jewish people, they hate us. You understand? They make us do it because they pay us money to do it. Yeah. And the Russians is going to sit there on the other side and say, you know what, you Negroes, because you know, are the cause of all of these evil, wicked things that go on in the earth. You understand? You're out front. We're going to just go ahead and say, you know, you're the cause of the downfall of society. The Russians. It's great.
Come on, Levi.
So like y'all don't want, if I may, what you're saying is so heavy. It seems to me, analyzing our influence that we have in the world and how the oppressor get us to push their agenda. Right. It seems to me that the world doesn't move towards a state of mind unless the children of Israel is in that state of mind.
What you're saying is absolutely true. We are the salt of the earth, which is what the scripture that General Kabbalah Math is referring to. We're the salt of the earth, but if the salt has lost its savor, then how will it therefore be salted? Meaning, the thing that gives us our flavor, we won't be able to make this world a better place. But we're the salt of the earth. Our culture is the salt of the earth. What's our culture? The laws and the commandments in this Bible. If we don't have them, then even we won't be able to give this world the favor it needs. What you're saying is correct. Anything else, sister?
I was wondering about the seven seals and the beast.
No problem.
Revelation 6.
Revelation 6 and what verse? Is there a particular verse?
Well, I'm just like,
No,
just understand the overall, have the overall understanding of the seven seals and the different beasts.
No problem. You have it?
So like, General, I just want to ask, because you mentioned, the law, statutes, and commandments being our culture.
Yeah.
Could I say that that would equate to carnalismo?
Absolutely. What he's talking about is the brotherhood, correct? That's correct. That would give him a hand. That would absolutely apply to that. That's our culture. Brotherhood or cardinalismo. Cardinalismo, brotherhood comes from the commandments. Without that, you can't be brothers. Without the commandments of the Most High God, there is no brotherhood. There is no family structure. There is no sisterhood. Why? Because we would all offend each other and then separate from one another.
Right.
Without brotherhood, why would you not sleep with his wife? She has a vagina. She's pretty. In some cases, she wants to do it. So why would you not sleep with her? Brotherhood, carnalismo. That's why you wouldn't do it. Right? Why would you not steal from him? Brotherhood is why you wouldn't steal from him. Why wouldn't you lie to him? In many cases, offending your brother is the thing that will benefit you. Do you understand? If you steal from him, you'll have his money. If you lie to him, it will help you and benefit you in some way. If you rob him and cheat him, it will help you. So why wouldn't you do it? Brotherhood, that's why you wouldn't do it. And brotherhood is in the Bible, and without it, we can't be a family man. Which is why what we have in the UPK is so much more important than any purple choir or any Christian church or any Muslim mosque. Because we love each other. We love each other as a commandment, a rule, a law. Everyone understands. I pray you do, because if not, you'll find out. You'll find out. All right, please.
1 Corinthians 10 and 24, let no man seek his own, but every man another's wealth.
That's in the Bible, brother. We live by that in here. That's how this school is built. That's what Commanding General YAHANNA built it on. He built it on that. Everybody understands. Correct. Come on up.
I got a scripture too that goes into General Mayak's new sayings.
Go ahead.
This is Romans 13 and 10. Love worketh no ill to his neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law. Verse 11. And that, knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than when we believed.
You want to break? Is there something in specific?
No,
that's backing that up. Absolutely. Brotherhood is the fulfillment of the law, man. It's everything. It's what this school is built on. It's our blood. It's what we have that no one else has. And because we have it, we will be victorious over our enemies. Right. All you should do is just make sure you're not one of our enemies.
Right.
That's all you should do.
That's right.
You might hear our enemies talk that talk, but ISUPK don't love nobody. We all brothers and we all supposed to come together. You cannot come together unequally yoked. That's in the Bible. They don't know that. They don't know that that's in the Bible. Because no matter how much you talk about coming together and being together and we should love everybody, they don't even love everybody.
Right.
They don't let that. That's why they come against us. I don't join no camp. See, they can't get together. They don't even listen. How you gonna sit there with one group in the room that says it's fine to sleep with white women, and another group of people in the group, another group in the room that says it's okay, you can't sleep with white women. One group in the room says you can smoke weed and eat weed cookies and weed cakes, and another group in the room is against weed cakes and weed cookies. You understand? Right. You can't come together if you're not in one spirit. Right. And that is the brotherhood, being in one spirit. You know what I mean? That's what the Bible says. That's what the Lord taught us. You understand? And nobody does it like the ISUPK. I don't care what they say.
Don't get me started on whatever Christians call coming together. I don't even know what in the hell that is or what they're talking about with coming together. I know what real coming together is about. And there's one integral component in coming together. Who wants to tell me what it is?
Order.
Order. That's a good one, but it ain't the one.
Brotherhood.
It's a good one, but it's not what makes coming together. Okay, let me start from here. Coming together is people who disagree. Just think that, like we believe in this, they believe in that. Like General Mayo just said, we believe in all different things, but we know that blacks and Hispanics must come together, right? There is one thing that must happen for us to come together. Now, this is very difficult to understand because it's not Christian. This is what I'm going to tell you is not Christian, and it's going to hurt your feelings. Now, I'm trying to tell you already. Now, there's something that has to happen for us all to come together. What is it? California in the back.
You got to agree.
No.
If I may, sir, rank.
No.
Somebody got to give it their belief.
No. Why would somebody give up their belief? They believe in it. What will make you give up your belief? Nothing. There's something that has to happen. Well, I'll give you two more in the back, Captain.
Yeah, one of course, sir.
No. How we believe in different things. How can we be on one accord? How can any of these things happen? There's only one way that it can happen. California, Lob in the back.
We gotta separate ourselves from others.
If we agree with that, right? Some of us believe in separating. Some of us don't believe in separating. Two more, right here.
Salaki, sir.
Let me get this brother right here.
We gotta go through like oppression or like a hardship.
We got to say it one more time.
We gotta go through like oppression, some sort of like hardship.
Does oppression make us come together? We've been through that for a long time, Mike. It ain't make anybody come together. Last one, Levi.
If I may, sir, we got to go to war.
With who?
With those who don't believe.
We're gonna have to fight each other.
Right. Ooh.
And that's the only way we're going to come together. Now, of course, when I say fight each other, I mean with the Bible and Scripture. I mean with the Word of God. All right. Give me anyone that came together. You pick the person, or the country, or the organization. Just pick one. Give me somebody that's unified, right? Because that's the great Black and Hispanic, unicorn, right? Unity. We all need unity. Who's unified? You pick the person.
Salakia, what so-called Alexander, the so-called great, did with the...
He unified the place. How?
War.
Give me another one.
Oops. Oh.
Anyone else?
History, you got Genghis Khan.
He did have a unified empire. How?
So did all the other Chinese who didn't
He
want
killed everybody else. Go ahead.
The New Day.
What is that?
It's like a WWE where they're like three black dudes and then
And what do they do? And what do they do?
they got unicorns. They unify people.
Okay, how?
Like they make people like them
How?
by they like
Do they read books to each other?
they're like
Do they paint pictures?
no,
What do they do in the WWE?
they wrestle.
Give them a
Ukraine is very
That's
unified,
right.
and they getting unified with other countries. And World War III is going to.
Can I bring up the obvious one? America. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. How did it get like that? War. They fought the British, and then they fought the South. And killed how many? 400,000 people. Now they're one nation under God. Right. If you want all the Israelite groups to come together, then we're going to battle until a winner is declared.
Right.
And that's that.
That's right.
And everyone should just believe in what they want. They should all believe in it. And then in the end, God crowns a winner.
That's what's going on. That's what you're seeing on social media and all that. It's just the Christians are crying. Y'all shouldn't fight like this. Y'all shouldn't be saying that.
I mean, if you don't like it, then of course you don't want unity. Because we're gonna destroy the IUIC.
That's right.
Wipe them bastards out.
That's right.
Like you know, just like they're the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. Who the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ? They're gone.
That's right.
They're gone. They're not here. GMS, where are they? Oh, they was big out here in California. When they the dog? Yeah, they used to be. They used to be. I've seen so many of them. It was so big, and then I stopped seeing them. That's right. We're gonna stop seeing them all, and then we're gonna go to work on these churches,
Right.
and these Muslim mosques, and we're gonna toss the Quran up and down the street.
Right.
And there's a reason for all of that, so there can be a winner declared.
That's right.
Here's the Quran. We threw it in the air. We stepped on it.
Right.
So now what?
Right.
Right. So then we'll find out who God is with, because that is the only path to unity. Now, if you can give me somebody who did it another way, I'm listening. I know we think white people are so unified. We're blacks, you know what that means? And we're Hispanic. We think white people are better than us, don't we? We think that black people can't come together. But white people can come together. Well, they had the Civil War, young man.
That's right.
That's why there's no slavery. You know, there wasn't any vote to give up slavery. Did you know that?
Right.
No one voted and said, we hate slavery. That's not how it happened.
Nope. Right.
Half of the place loved slavery, loved it. But the half that didn't love it won. And that's why there's no slavery. Do you understand? And that is life, and I know it's because you've been a Christian your whole life and you love Christmas and Thanksgiving and holding hands around a turkey. And so because of that, you think that there can be unity without war. But there cannot be unity without war. Why? Because everyone believes in something with their whole heart. They're not punks. They believe in that thing. They think that is God's will.
Right.
Well, so do I. So we'll all have to find out, won't we?
That's right.
We'll have to find out. And once that happens, then we will have unity. I pray you understand this. We're going to wipe out the IUIC in here tonight.
That's
it's
right.
Gonna happen. So if you're squeamish in your stomach about talking about Israelite groups, then you're in the wrong place. Because in here, we can't be hypocrites. Right? We want to destroy Christians, Muslims, Israelite groups, the Church of Latter-day Saints, who were they? The Mormons? Them two. The Mormons, the Republicans, and the Democrats.
Right.
The Omega Psi Phi, Alpha Phi Alpha, give me the other ones. Sigmas, the AKAs, politicians, all of them. We're going to wipe them all out. And please believe they're trying to wipe us out.
Right.
General Cabal sent me an article last week of Homeland Security. Homeland Security. I think they work on terrorism. No, they might and Osama bin Laden. They did a whole study about us. An entire study. General Cabal sent it to me last week. A whole study. They're studying us and researching us and finding out about us because they want to wipe us out. But this is what I know. That our God is greater than man.
That's right.
Our God supersedes the will of man. That's right. And we're going to wipe them out.
Right.
Without firing a shot.
That's right.
Without breaking a bruised reed.
Right.
That's what Christ said in the Bible. Without breaking a bruised reed. Without harming anyone. Now, they'll be gone and we'll be here. If they don't believe it, then we shall see.
Right.
Any other questions? Come on.
Precept, sir.
Please.
Isaiah 1:18. Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. You skip down. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured with the sword, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken it.
Where is this at?
This is Isaiah. Isaiah 1:18.
Yeah, and that's heavy. King David had a hell of an empire, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
How did he get it?
War.
He got it through war. When it came time to build the temple, he said, I cannot build the temple, for my hands are too stained with blood. And I will pass it to my son to build. Because he had killed too many West Indians, too many Puerto Ricans for him to build that temple up. He let Solomon build that temple, and Solomon went ahead and built that temple. Everybody understands. We were a unified monarchy, brother. Unified. After the hard heads were contended with.
That's right.
And we'll still contend with hard heads today. I pray you understand that. Anything else?
And that's all you see from them hard heads. Like YAHANNA just brought out, squeamish is the perfect word. You see blood dripping from IUIC's neck and they get squeamish. Ooh, no, we supposed to all unify.
We supposed to unify.
They Christians at heart, and Christianity does not know how to unify. They've been at it for a very long time. And you see our condition, right?
Right.
UPK is doing it right.
Let's Papa Burn. Give him a hand. Papa Burn here. Here's a video I have of the IUIC talking about saying that rich people shouldn't go out, get on the front lines. I said that to Fowler Bun. Fowler One. Fowler One looks just like the brothers in California back in the day. Brothers that were in the California school back in the day look exactly like that. Well, when I see them, it strikes my brain back. What was the brother's name back then? Who was in charge of the West Coast? Ariel. Just like him and those brothers. Give him a hand. Sing it one more time, please, Dr. Russ. Just get the video, prep it up, and we'll get it on. Any questions at all? I'll answer your questions for you. No big deal. You don't have to fight it, brother. In the back.
Yes, sir. Like you were saying, I.S.U.P.K is going to go against IUIC, and they're more in the multitude than we are. But
say it one more time.
You said that UPK is going to go against IUIC, and
we are.
Now we look at the example of Elijah. In 1 Kings 18:22. Then Elijah unto the people, even I only, remain a prophet of the Lord. But Baal's prophet are 450 men.
That's so many of them.
And as it drops down to talk about how he did the example of, who the Most High was with. And he said the Lord is going to answer with fire. And the prophets ended up cutting themselves up. The Baal prophets ended up cutting themselves up and everything.
Let me tell you something. I mean, I've been in the truth for a few years, right? Back in the 90s, right? Mid-90s. And I can't recall a time when everyone didn't think that the odds were too great against the ISUPK. I remember, brother, back when the Farrakhan had something called the Million Man March. Who knows about that? Oh, that same year. The same year when I came into the truth, Farrakhan had the Million Man March. You understand? If you go look at the video of that thing on TV, I don't know who in the hell would come against the Nation of Islam at that time.
Right.
Because, brother, they filled up the National Mall in D.C. There was not an inch of space between a man to another man. No space to where you could ride a wave. You could get up on that thing and walk across the people. That's how many people. I appreciate you all.
They couldn't even collect the money they wanted, so they told people to just pass it up.
Yeah, there was no way to get a person through the crowd to get the money. So they told everyone, put the money in the sky like this, and someone just took it and just handed it all the way to the front. That was the Million Man March. And I remember after the Million Man March, going out in the street. I'm from Philadelphia. I went out in the streets, brother, in Philadelphia after the Million Man March and heard an ISUPK camp in the middle of a ghetto saying, how do y'all feel? Was that a good day y'all had yesterday? Well, let me tell you what it was all about. And when the cat put $1 in the air like this, my heart almost dropped to my shoes. My heart went down to my shoes. He said, he grabbed $1 out of his pocket and said, this is what the march was about. And my heart dropped to my shoes because I knew he was right. I knew that was the point. The point was, there's too many people to even gather the money. Just put it in the sky and let it just float up to Farrakhan. Let it make its way up there. And after the Million Man March, Farrakhan became a Mormon. That's what happened. What happened? Did the community, did the black community change? Was there some, there was a lot of unity out there.
Right.
Did anything help or anything at all? And brother, and the UPK came against Farrakhan. At that time, they were trying to kill us all. At that time, they killed Abba Bibbins in New Jersey. And they were trying to kill us out there all the time. And we were just battling the Muslims out, battling them. I mean, oh my God. We had so many in Philadelphia. We had so many historic battles with the Nation of Islam. I'll be here all night if I told you about a few of them. I mean, battling these cats like crazy. They wanted to kill us, trying to fight us, and we would go down and speak in front of their mosque. Ooh, We would go down there, 52nd and Market, and speak right there. Right there. They would throw bottles at us. That's a lot, you remember. Throw bottles at us from the damn subway.
Drop it off the L.
Drop shit. And we would just battle and come out there every week.
And it was about 5 sects and 6 sects of them.
God, there's so many divisions of the Nation of Islam, all run by a bunch of Arabs out there running everything. And now everything is fine.
Right.
You understand, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we go to Philly and speak where we want. Nobody says anything.
That's right.
Shut their mouths.
That's right.
That's how it happens. So yeah, I mean, if you ever wondered, there are far more men in the UPK than there are in the IUIC.
Right.
I pray you understand. A lot more. A lot more. All right. Anything else? Any other questions? Go
Maybe
ahead.
if you take all of them, General,
Go ahead.
and pull them together,
Uh-huh.
might be a little piece of them.
You might come up with album, man. I like our chances up.
Good. That's right.
I like our chances, all right? Go ahead.
I'm not sure.
Don't get on and get no over here. Go ahead.
All
right, I see you, Warren.
Still have the question on.
Oh, goddamn. Sorry.
But then I have a question as well.
Let's answer the sister's question. Come on. Revelations, right? Where was it? 6?
Yeah.
Revelation 6, the 7 seals.
Yeah, understanding of that.
Okay, let's see. Let's just break down the 7 seals to the sister, all right? Go ahead.
It's like Revelation 6. Where do you want me to start, sir?
Let's start up here.
Start on
7
one.
on one seems right.
It's the book of.
I think we're doing cross the line here, Gadar. One West Radio, right?
One West Radio, okay.
Whenever you want to start it, just tell me, all right?
We good. We good about 9:45.
You let me know, right? Go ahead.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 1.
Mhm.
And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard it as it were the noise of thunder.
So, sis, so you can understand it, right? I have a book. This is like a scroll in this particular precept because that's what they had at that time. But imagine a book. Okay, can we put something on the screen up here? Give me a book with seals, with 7 seals or some seals on it, right?
Yes, sir.
At that time, books were very precious. This is before the printing press. So if you had a book or you had a scroll, someone hand wrote it.
Right.
You understand, right? And if you had 3 of them, someone hand wrote each one. So sometimes they would seal them up, put like leather ties on them so that people could not open them because they were very precious and very rare, right? So that's the metaphor you have to understand to get this. Imagine a book with seals. Let me know when it's up on the screen. With 7 locks, like leather locks. Is that right? That's the perfect one right there. You see that? And they would seal it up, and there was like a clay seal. So you knew that no one opened it because it was made of clay. You had to snap it to get it open. And it was done like that so that no one could open it without you knowing. You understand? So that's where you want to start in your mind. Start in your mind with a scroll with 7 seals so that no one opens it until one day, snap, snap, snap. Someone finally opens it up. And without it being opened, the prophecies can't be read. If the prophecies are not read, the prophecies can't happen. Do you understand? That's the point of all of this. Also, to get this, you need what John cried when he said, no one is worthy to open the book. That's in Revelations 4. That's a precept for this. So imagine a book to get your mind right? Imagine a book that says, you are a princess. Your people are the chosen people of God. Every green tree and every hill belongs to you. Every lamb, every animal, every body of water, every stream belongs to you. But it's in here and it's sealed so that no one knows that you are the chosen people of God because it's in this book and this book is locked up. So since the book is locked up, how are you living? You're living as a slave because no one, imagine it like you have an inheritance that you are supposed to receive.
Right.
from someone dying, and the person that died had a will, but the will can't be read. And so since the will can't be read, you're going to work every day suffering. Even though that will could be read, you could quit your job and now live like a princess. That's what you want to have in your mind. You understand? All right, go ahead and read.
And
please, Levi. I'm sorry, you were reading? Please.
I got the precept, sir.
Please read that. Read the precept.
Come. Revelation 5:2. And I saw a strong angel claiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book?"
Before I go into that, let me go into who this brother is right here. Y'all know this is Levi, who's in charge of I.S.U.P.K. Haiti. Give him a hand. Let me tell you, this brother cares about poor people.
Right.
This brother here cares about the poor. Right. He goes and does work in Haiti and sends those barrels to Haiti out and helps those brothers and sisters in Haiti and gives them clothing up and safety that they would not have without him. Give him a hand.
Right.
This brother here is one yes.
If I may, sir, while you say that, on August 14, I.S.U.P.K. Haiti under Commanding General YAHANNA, we sent 4 barrels to Haiti. But right now, because of the tension, they've been stuck in Jamaica. So they're not moving because of the tension.
Because there's so much violence happening in Haiti right now, so much war, that the goods that the Commanding General YAHANNA gave to you to give to the people can't even make it to Haiti. You might have to make a move. You let us know. You understand? But this brother here cares about the poor, man. He cares about them and has devoted his life to helping that island that no one cares about. This man is one West. That's right. Great, you understand that?
Please, go ahead, sir. Who is worthy to open the book?
So this is John. John is watching this vision, and he sees the book sealed up. He knows what's in it. And he's like, who is worthy to open the book? Who has lived a life of enough prestige? Who is worthy to open this book up? Because without it, it can't be open. It has to be someone that has earned the right to open this book. Who is worthy? Keep going.
And to loose the seals thereof.
And to loose the seals. Keep going.
Verse 3. And no man in heaven, nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book.
John said, no man in heaven, meaning in the sky, no man on earth, or under the earth, meaning there is no man in the past who was dead. There is no dead man that has lived the life of enough prestige to be able to open this book. There's no one in the sky who has lived the life of enough prestige to open this book. There's no man walking around today that could do it either. No one. No one has lived the kind of life you need to live to be able to break these seals. This book is sealed. What sealed it? Our sin. Our sin sealed. So now here you are, the chosen people of God, and you have to go into work tomorrow. The chosen people of God. And black people kill me with this garbage. Every black person calls himself a king. Shalom, I mean, not shalom, but Grand Rising King. What is that? What is that, y'all? Break that down to me. Grand Rising King. Oh, it's your born day. Is it your born day? Is that a birthday? Is that what we're talking about? Born day? Is Grand Rising good morning? I'm assuming that's what he means.
You know, understand them, sir.
I don't overstand, right? Grand Rising, everybody's a king. Every black woman, oh, she's a queen, isn't she? She's a queen. Yeah, good Grand Rising queen. It's a lot easier to call yourself a queen than to really be one.
That's right.
You see, because to really be one, you have to own this earth.
Right. That's right.
You have to. What would you have to do to really be a king? You get my point? Not to just say King Grand Rising, but to actually be a king, you would have to have control of the planet.
Right.
This book says that you have control of the planet, but it's locked up. And John is saying there's no one anywhere that is worthy enough to open this book. We've sinned. We've acted like whores and pimps and drug addicts and drug dealers. So because of that, our inheritance is locked away. There's no one worthy. Keep going.
So if I may add one, when he's saying no man in heaven, in earth, under the earth, is it talking about as far as the rank in Israel, like whether you rich in heaven?
Yes. Think, you know, nobody, if you're on high, if you're down low, if you're from the past, if you're raised up on high and from the future, nobody. Just think nobody. That's the point. You get the point. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And I wept much.
And he did what?
Wept much.
When he heard this, he cried. He cried because he knew what was in here. He knew what this meant. He cried. This is John. He cried. He wept much. He cried. Keep going.
Because no man was found worthy to open and to read the book.
Oh my God. Do you know what that means if we can't open this up? All of you brothers that fought through the crack epidemic, your children will have a new epidemic. Your kids are going to go through a new one. All of you have children that you love, and you look at your children and you're trying to give them a better life than the one that you had. If this book can't get open, the same things that derailed your life are going to derail the lives of your children. The same exact thing. They'll have a new drug, a new temptation, a new seduction. They'll have a new one. And these babies who you love and you play with every day, they're going to become what you became at 13, at 15. It's going to happen to them. They're going to be molested. Your kids, those kids you love. Remember, at one time you were a little baby until someone molested you. Until you tried cigarettes and weed for the first time, drugs for the first time. And these babies you love, the same thing is going to happen to them if this book can't be opened. And he wept much. He cried a lot. Keep going.
Neither to look thereon.
And he cried. He couldn't even look at it. He couldn't even look at this sealed book because he knew what was in it. He couldn't even look at it. He cried too much. Keep going.
Verse 5. And one of the elders said unto me.
Remember, there are 72 football, 24. The elders around the Most High's throne. The 24 elders. The Most High has 24 kings that sit around his throne. These kings give him war counsel. When they saw John crying so hard, they said what?
And one of the elders said unto me, weep not.
They went to John. They said, don't cry. It's all right, brother. Don't cry. They see him crying because he knows what this means. They said, weep not. Keep going.
Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah,
that's right,
the root of David, right, have prevailed to open the book.
Come, Yasha. Don't cry. It'll be okay. Because even though no one else is worthy to open this book, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, he has prevailed. He has earned enough prestige in his life to be able to open up this book. He can do it. We can't. Right. But he can. So we don't have to cry. So our inheritance will now be laid out for the world to see.
That's right.
So now everyone will know that every green tree, every green valley, every lamb, every cattle, the earth itself belongs to you.
That's
now
right.
They'll know because of Christ. Because of him, now they'll know. And now when the precept to what you asked, now we're going to open up these seals. Right? Now we're going there now. Please.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6, verse 1. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard.
You understand, sister? The Lamb opened one of these seals. The Lamb is the Lion of the tribe of Judah.
Right.
Jesus Christ, a black man from the tribe of Judah, who the world calls in their ignorance Jesus. All right. This is when he opened the one of those seals. He opened the first seal. Go ahead.
As it were the noise of thunder.
If there's food y'all want to serve out, you can do it now. Just letting you know, all right? Go ahead. So now he opened it up. Bang! When he opened it up, it was like a sound of thunder when he opened it up. Go ahead.
One of the four beasts saying, come and see.
The four beasts are talking about these four animals that sit around the Lord's throne. They're hairy and they have eyes all around them, everywhere on their body. And so this is like the Most High's throne room. You have 24 elders over here. You got four beasts. You got the whole armies of heaven over here. You got a throne for Christ sitting on the right side of the Most High. These are the four beasts. They said, come and see. When the first seal got opened up, the angel, one of these four beasts said, come and see. Come and see what's in the book. Go ahead.
And I saw, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat on him had a bow.
So now the seal is open. He sees a white horse. He that sat on him had a bow. The white horse represents power, authority. At one time, a white horse, it might still be that way today. A white horse was the most expensive horse. It was rare because it was pure white, right? The person that sits on him has authority, has wealth. The person on this white horse is the nation of Israel.
That's right.
Under Christ.
That's
a
right.
white horse, and he has a bow in his hand. This bow is talking about a scepter, like a staff, which was at one time called a bow staff, because it's like the bow of a tree. Like when the bough breaks,
right?
A bow is like a tree branch.
Right.
Keep going.
And a crown was given unto him.
And he has a crown on his head that he would receive from the Most High. Go ahead.
And he went forth conquering.
And he went forth a conquering. That's the spirit of Israel under Christ.
That's right.
And they go forth a conquering, destroying, unifying everybody.
That's right. Right.
Keep going.
And to conquer.
You hear that? Go ahead.
And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, come and see.
So now another seal opens. Go ahead.
And there went out another horse that was red.
Now you have a red horse. Keep going.
And power was given to him that sat thereon.
And he's given authority to do what? Come on.
To take peace from the earth.
The first white horse and the person that rides on it represents the spirit of Israel that is going to win.
Right.
The second horse is a red horse, and he has the power to take away peace. This is the spirit of war. You understand? Where is that spirit on the ride? In the Ukraine, in China,
right?
In the streets of America, when you see riots,
right?
Everywhere in the streets of America, that's the spirit of war, and that spirit is on the move. It's running, which is the whole reason that it's a horse. A horse isn't sitting right here. A horse is traveling, running, spreading war, spreading Israel conquering, spreading it everywhere. There's going to be no way to escape from war.
That's right.
It's going to be everywhere because there is a spirit on a red horse running everywhere, spreading it into the Ukraine, into China, into Los Angeles, into Las Vegas, into everywhere. Keep going.
And that they should kill one another.
And they should do what?
Kill one another.
That's what's happening right now in the Ukraine and in China and in Saudi Arabia and in the United Arab Emirates. It's going to happen everywhere. It happened in the Congress. It went on January 6th into the Congress, and all those police got killed and then committed suicide. You see it happening where else? In the mass shootings.
Right.
There's going to be mass shootings here in Las Vegas. You can set your clock to that.
Right.
That's about to happen. You damn near can guarantee it. It's the minute that one mass shooting happens, it inspires another person to do it. They happen now about days apart. 1-2 days, there'll be another mass shooter. Why? There's a horseman on the run.
Right.
Running.
Right.
And it's spreading. And that's why there are so many mass shootings everywhere. Everybody understand? Keep going.
And there was given unto him a great sword. And when he had opened the third seal.
Now we got the third seal broken. Snap. Another one broken. Go ahead.
I heard the third beast say, come and see.
Come look and see what opens up now. Go ahead.
And I be
How's it hot?
There was a shooting out here, right? Some guy killed 300 people out here. Stephen Paddock or something like that.
When did that happen?
You remember when the cat, he was in the hotel, he was rich as hell.
Oh, damn.
He broke the window.
Shot, right, I forgot about that. Shot him from the casino, from the hotel at a big old event. Everybody was down there having a good time. And it ended up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was like, I forget what year it was. I think 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
He killed 58 people.
Get the hell out of here.
From a window.
Get Captain Desire, y'all can hand in the back. Give him a hand. Go ahead.
So out here they call it October 1.
That's what they call the day that that shooting happened? What hotel did it happen from?
Mandalay.
Throwing everything for everybody.
I wrote that yesterday and wonder why it's ringing in my head.
Mandalay. He went up in that hotel, knocked out that window. The hotel I'm in right now, I think it's a convention of sheriffs or something in there. There's 1,000 cowboys in that goddamn farm. And I'm sure they all have guns. All of them. Cowboy heaven is down here. Well, listen, you can just guess what's about to happen. All right? It's going to happen. Why? Because there's a spirit on the run, on the move. And that's what all these mass shootings is about. And that's why they happen so close to each other. Because one of them sees it and the spirit catches him. And he has to do it. Keep going.
Verse 5. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, come and see.
Come on.
And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. And he that sat on it had a pair of balances in his hand.
I'll move on for time's sake, sister. Balances is what you weigh money with, right? These balances are going to cause famine to happen in the earth. If you ever bought fish before, you know what I'm talking about. A fish scale, where you have a scale and now you're weighing something. A long time ago, that's how they weighed food. If you bought rice or bought grain or bought fish or bought meat, they weighed it according to the pounds that you had. That's how much you paid, right? Scales. Well, this is going to cause famine because 3 measures of barley are going to be a penny and 1 measure of wheat are going to be a penny, which means barley is cheap. Right. Why would barley be cheap? Because it's diseased, sick, it's worthless. It's what they would really throw in the trash because it's nothing. What causes that? Plagues. Right. There are many times when you go to outside of a supermarket, the dumpsters are full of lettuce. Who knows why?
If I may, add one. There's a lot of tension going on right now in the Dominican Republic and Haiti, which is one island, one people. Mm-hmm. And what the Levite end up doing, because the Dominicans, which is really being run by heathens from Lebanon.
Lebanon Arabs.
He's from Lebanon. He's not even Dominican.
Forget about it.
And he's been deporting Levite back to Haiti illegally like crazy.
That's what Commander General YAHANNA said. He knew that there was some heathen in charge of the Dominican Republic deporting the Levites like crazy. And now, of course, you confirmed it. It's some Egypt. What'd you say he was?
He's from Lebanon. His grandparents from Lebanon.
I don't know what the hell that is. It's not an Israelite, some type of heathen.
Go ahead. And if I may, sir, so what the Levite end up doing is closing that border. And right now, their lettuce, all of their food that they will sell to the Levite, right, is really, perishing.
Trash.
It's trash.
It'll happen with mad cow disease.
Right.
With all types of, diseases where nobody wants that food. Right. If you want it, come get it for a penny.
Right.
It's worthless because it's diseased. Come on.
In COVID, there was they couldn't, no one driving the trucks. So they would say, whoever want to come take the food, come take the food.
Come get it. Yeah. Enough disease happens, food will be so cheap because if you eat it, you're going to get sick.
Right.
And of course, poor people will eat it and get sick. Right. Keep going. Come on. Skip down past what I already broke down just now. Give me the next horse. More horsemen. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And when he had opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th beast say, come and see. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse.
This one is a pale horse. Pale horse meant like a sick horse. That's what a pale horse is. Like the word pale a long time ago meant sick. Like, oh, you're pale, like a sick horse. Keep going.
And his name that sat on him was Death.
This is the last one here. This one is an old, sickly, half-dead horse. And you see this one, it's death. This is the final blow, right? When is death coming? When our king returns, right? When our king returns, death is with him. Death comes with him. All of us are in here fighting, trying to change so that we don't die, right? Because death is coming. It's on the way. Judgment Day is close. It's almost here. And you can play around with rich people all you want and be worried about their lives, but your life hangs in the balance.
Right.
Everybody understand? Is that, I believe that's it. It says any other questions? Solid. Next. Let me get to the IUIC. Y'all trying to stop me from going to that. I'm going into that. Give me the video. If you have the video, just tell me when you got it up there. The whole rich people can't battle. Can't go on the street. I'll answer more of your questions. Any online?
No, sir.
Come on. Also, I didn't practice my Spanish. I told y'all to tell me about that. Come on now. Where's the brother that gave me this Spanish right here? Where is he at in this room? He's somewhere.
Somebody?
You got it up there? Hang it up there for a second. All right. I'll get more of your questions. What time did you stop? Zaria?
If I may, sir, he said 9:30, 9:45.
Okay, go ahead.
General, I have a question.
What's the question?
Sir, this is from Tazawur Bansa Balawan. When the kingdom comes, do the 144,000 live forever, and do they die physical death?
No, when the kingdom comes, the 144,000 die in the best way possible. Not die like your cousin died. How'd your cousin die? Raise your hand. Give me a cousin death story. Who has one? Levi?
If I may, sir, my cousin died in the Dominican Republic years ago by the hand of our brothers, Dominicans, over a woman.
How old was it?
Machete.
Machete?
They chopped him up with a machete.
How old was he?
At the time, he was about 28, 29.
It's old school down there, the machete man.
Oh, God, sir.
That's old school. Sister?
My cousin walking in Chicago, home, shot in the head.
How old was he?
18.
18. There's a lot of dead 18-year-olds in Chicago. A whole lot of machete chopped up brothers down there in the Dominican Republic and in Haiti. Anyone else have a cousin story? Captain?
Yes, sir. For me, my cousin, he was 21 years old, so he got shot over a cigarette.
You see, that's death to us. Getting killed. What city was he in?
That was in Philly, sir.
In Philadelphia. There's a lot of that in Philadelphia. Old tons of that. That's death to us, right? Death to us is dying. How long did I think I was going to live? I remember it so specifically. I had it in my brain. It was 24. At that time, it was some statistic that said that the majority of black men die at 24. And when I was 15, 16, I just knew I was going to be dead by 24. It was damn near like I just accepted it and just lived my life like, all right, I got until 24 because everyone else is dead at 24. By 24, I had two friends that got the death penalty in Pennsylvania. They were sent to death row in Pennsylvania, two of them. Things I saw back then, I don't even think about. I try not to think about it anymore. By the time I got, by the time I was 20, it was just terrible. And so I just knew by 24 I'd be dead. And that was that. Right? That's what we think death is. But let me give you what death is when you're under God's commandments. Death is a mountaintop with a castle on a mountain. And everything at the bottom of the mountain belongs to you. And there's servants and businesses and farms and a whole community that you are the Lord of. And they look to you for justice and for peace and for mercy. And they all look up to you saying, you know, my Lord, he'll fix all of this. He's the Lord over this village. He's the Lord over this province. And you're magnanimous and kind and generous. And whole, you know, cities are run because of the justice that you give out to poor people. And then you raise them up. And then now one day on that mountaintop, on a castle in the clouds, you're on a giant bed. And your beard is gray and long. And you open your eyes every once in a while. When you open them up, what do you see next to you? Who has an imagination to know what you would see? Grandchildren all around the bed. And then somewhere in there, you see your son. And you look at him and you go, oh, he's ready to take over when I'm gone. He's right there. And behind him are grandchildren and sons of sons and sons of sons. And then beautiful daughters. And their eyes are crying because they know they're losing you. Right? But they're so beautiful. And they've grown up to be such beautiful women. And they're right there around the bed. And then your eyes close again and you open them up. And there they are again, all of them. And they're holding your hand and talking to you. And before you go, just like David did this, right before David died, David talked to Solomon. And he told him, listen, when I'm going, do this. I'm going to do that. Make sure you kill him because he thought I was playing. You make sure he knows that I wasn't playing. Solomon held his father's hand and said, okay, Pop, no sweat. I got you. No problem. I'll handle that. And then you hold his hand and you say, don't forget this. Don't forget to do that. Don't forget to do this. Make sure you do that. And then one day as your eyes grow dimmer, as they grow dimmer, they close. And then you're gone. And then sometime later, a baby boy is born. And your great-grandson names that baby boy after you because it is you. And that's dying in the kingdom of heaven. And that is beautiful in my sight. That's a beautiful death. You're not going to live forever in the kingdom of heaven. Why? Because if you live forever, that new baby cannot be born. There can be no life without death. That's in the Bible. Death has to happen so life can happen. So you'll die, but not like your cousin. I pray you understand, all right?
That's why the term sleeping with your fathers is so beautiful.
Yeah.
That ain't like dying in America.
No,
Sleeping with your
that's a whole different thing, man.
The whole myth of you know, you looked at too many kung fu movies and you think what he just described as some old Chinese martial arts movie that you saw. You don't know what in the hell they doing to them Chinese over there in China today. They blacked that crap out, and it's ugly. It's probably ugly what they doing to the people over there right now.
That's a group of people, and the Japanese forget about it. Next, we good here or not? Any other questions?
Like General, I have a question from YMB Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
Salaki, can I get a breakdown on Romans 11 and 12? Riches of the world, riches of the Gentiles.
Let's read it.
Oh, perfect.
I'll get that in a second. Let me just try to get all these questions answered so don't interrupt me in the gym.
I got it all.
Well, I had a good day in the gym today, Mike. Y'all gotta get big down here in the West Coast, though. Let me tell you, the West Coast, give yourselves a hand. The West Coast, they know how to get big down here. Y'all got real gyms down here in the West Coast, brother. Y'all know how to get big, and I appreciate you for it. Anything else? Read what you have.
Sir. The book of Romans, chapter 11, verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world,
Uh-huh.
and the diminishing of them.
Skip one verse up to bring it down for the brother.
Okay. For I speak to you Gentiles, inasmuch as I am the apostle of the Gentiles.
This is the apostle Paul speaking right here. All right. Everyone knows about Paul. He's very famous now. He was sent to the Gentiles. The mystery that the world does not understand is that the Gentiles that Paul was sent to were the Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, Guatemalans, Haitians, and now the tribe of Judah, who has become Gentiles because now we're African Americans. He was sent to people who were not raised in Jerusalem, who had not came up in the law of the Bible, and because of that, their entire lives, they thought that they were heathens. Paul knew who they actually were, according to bloodline. Please, Levi.
If I may, sir, that's the next verse. That's not the previous verse.
You mean go back a verse.
Go back a verse if you don't mind. Who had the hand behind you? Someone else? Please, Captain.
Yes, sir. I was going to say the same thing. He went down.
I appreciate you. Go back up, please, one more time.
Verse 11.
11, go ahead.
Book of Romans, chapter 11, verse 11. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather through their fall salvation.
One more verse.
Verse 10. Let their eyes be darkened, that they may not see, and bow down their back always.
What Paul is speaking about right here is the conflict between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, between the blacks and the Hispanics. He's speaking about that. At this time, the southern kingdom did not allow the northern kingdom to be Israelites. They refused to accept them. Peter himself did not want to be seen sitting with someone who was not a Jew or not from the tribe of Judah, because every other tribe was considered to be a heathen. The Puerto Ricans were considered heathens. The Mexicans, the North American Indians, the Dominicans, all of them were heathens. The Jews only were accepted by God to the Sadducee and Pharisee, to the leaders at that time. Paul knew because Christ came to show him. And Peter knew because he had a vision that all 12 tribes were now going to be accepted by God. But even after Peter had the vision, he still could not take the scrutiny of someone seeing him sit with someone who was not from Jerusalem. So Paul is trying to explain the gospel. All of us are coming together. Read that part one more time.
Let their eyes be darkened, that they may not see, and bow down their back always.
He's speaking about slavery. Let their eyes be darkened so they don't know the truth, and bend down their back always. Meaning, because they don't know the truth, they're going to suffer and die and be punished. And through their fall, all the tribes will come back together. See me one more time, please, brother, if you don't mind. Come on.
If I could, right? My quick question is, did Peter, you know how like in the truth, right? We see each other. If I tell a black person the truth and he gets it, you know, now we can come together. So did Peter see the brothers back then kind of like how the Sadducees seen Christ sit with publicans?
It was exactly that way.
Okay.
The other tribes were considered. You got to think if you're a church person. Church people look down on other people. That's one of the main attributes of being a Christian. You get to look down on everybody else. You get to consider everybody else beneath you. They're poor. Get a job. What's wrong with you? You're nothing. And so the Jews, meaning the religious order, the Sadducee and Pharisee, looked down on the other tribes because they were thrown away because of their sin. And they thought because they were not thrown away, that they were better than them when they committed the same sin. And later on, they would also be thrown away. So you think about it like that, like they thought they were better than them, but they weren't. Keep going. Whoever has it, read it.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall?
Have they stumbled that they should fall? Meaning, yes, the so-called Hispanic tribes, they stumbled. They made some mistakes. But does that mean they're gone forever? Keep going.
God forbid.
God forbid. They ain't gone forever. They're your brothers, and they're coming back. They made errors. The Bible says that Ephraim is as a silly dove. Meaning Ephraim was so willing to join the other nations, he was love sick over them. He loved oppressors' daughters. He loved to mix with the other nations. And so many of the Hispanic tribes, they think that there's some path for them not to be Hispanic. They think if they can just act white, pretend they're white people, they can pass. You light-skinned brothers, you know what I'm talking about. It's the same thing. Back in the day, Issachar, they don't know this. Back in the South, let me explain to you the tribe of Judah. Back in the South, the tribe of Judah, always, you ask them what they were, they would always say they're not fully 100% black. They always had Indian in their family, or they were Creole, or they were mixed white. My uncle is white, my grandfather is white. And if they were light-skinned, my God, they would use that like a weapon. Like it was a weapon to use against dark-skinned black people because they wanted to pass. You understand? And they hoped that they could marry a white girl, you know, speak with enough intelligence when they talked, that people would forget that they were black. Well, now what happens later on? The tribe of Ephraim, the tribe of Issachar, the Dominicans, they're doing the same thing. They're passing. Forget about the Cubans, my God. The Cuban, the tribe of Manasseh, just believes they can just be white. If you let them focus on it enough, they can become white people. You're a nigger. Every Cuban is a nigger. Every Mexican is a nigger. That's right. Every Dominican is a nigger. That's You're right. A wetback. Right. That's what you are. Right. You're a wetback. Right. You're an immigrant. You're an illegal alien. That's You're right. An alien. Right. Now, embrace it. Right. Embrace it. Just say, I'm a wetback. I'm a nigger. I'm an alien. Right. Because once you do that, then we'll realize it's more of us than it is of them. That's right. Oh, please believe that. It's a lot more of us. The Bible says that the king is honored because he has so many people. But in what of the people does the king lack? Without a lot of people, these rulers have nothing. Right. And there's more of us. There's more niggers and wetbacks than it is anybody. I pray you understand that. And the minute we accept it, we can stop trying to pass, stop trying to act white, stop trying to be one of them, and be the majority, which is what we are. Right? Everybody understands. Keep going.
But rather, through their fall, salvation has come unto the Gentiles.
Through their fall, through the fall of who? The tribe of Judah fell. At one time, we were the only tribe. Why? Because about 600 years before this, all of the so-called Hispanic and North American Indian tribes were thrown away. They went to the Assyrian captivity, dwindled and came out and traveled on boats to come to here, to this side of the world. And in the Middle East, there was Judah. And Judah, oh, they relished that. They loved that. Instead of being 12 tribes, there was one tribe. And they acted like they were the best thing on the planet Earth. And they ate pork. And they ate shrimp. That's in Isaiah, the 66th chapter. They ate pork in Jerusalem, the Jews, the tribe of Judah. And committed adultery. And did everything that the so-called Hispanics did to be kicked out of the nation. They did it too. But there was no one to kick them out because they were politically in charge. Then later, the Most High kicked them out. Right. Through the fall of Judah, the Most High saw that Judah did the exact same thing as the other tribes. Through their fall, the Most High was left with one choice. Either I'm going to have no people, or now all of my tribes can come back. Because there is no people that I have who have not sinned. All of our righteousness is as filthy rags. We've all done the same evil thing. So there's no reason for any of us to look down on each other. Everybody done shot somebody, killed somebody, did something, stole something. We've all done it. So now with that said, let's forgive everybody. Let's just say we've all done the same thing. There's nobody better than anyone else. All of you sisters done been whores and hoes and sluts. So now we don't have to look down on anybody else. We can all just say, we've all messed up. We've all made mistakes. We're not better than the Hispanics. The Hispanics are not better than us. Now let's come together. Right. Now let's come back and let's do it better than we've ever done it before. Everybody understand? Keep going.
For to provoke them to jealousy.
For to provoke them to jealousy. So now, because of that, now the so-called Hispanics now can know that they can be just as good as us. They can be the same because we're not perfect and they're not either. So now it inspired them to say, we can all come back because Judah sinned as well. Keep going.
Now, if a fall of them be the riches of the world,
so now Paul is trying to make you understand. If Judah falling became the riches of the world, what's the world?
Salakia, the other nations.
Israel is the world. Isaiah 45:17. If the fall of them be the riches of the world, keep going.
And the diminishing of them, the riches of the Gentiles.
And who are the Gentiles? Isaiah 45:17, Israel, right? And now we're smaller, so Israel gets to get bigger because we're smaller. Go ahead.
How much more their fullness?
And how much more are the Jews full? Because when we got smaller, the 12 tribes grew. Now, to understand it, you got to put yourself in the mind that imagine 12 sons sharing an inheritance. The inheritance is the world. Then the other sons sin, and they lose their inheritance. And only one son gets it now. What does that one son think?
He's better than everybody.
He's better than everybody. He gets, instead of sharing his inheritance, he gets it all. That's what was happening when Christ was born. At the time when Christ was born, the inheritance that was meant for 12 tribes of people was given to one people. Oh, they thought they were the man. Well, you can't even, your grandmama died, you're going to fight your cousin over that car. You're going to fight your cousin over that old cutlass. You're going to fight over what? What's the amount you're going to fight your cousin over? Who has had a family member die and you argue with your cousins over the money? Break it down for me. Who wants to raise their hand and tell me the story? Grandmama died, grandpop died, and now you hated your brother and sister, your cousins, over what? Brother, break it down for me. No, right here.
Oh, okay.
Right here. You, come.
Like my mother, when my grandfather died, my mother and her sisters argued over the money. All of them.
How much money was it?
$25,000.
$25,000. How many sisters was it?
Between 4 sisters and a brother.
4 sisters and a brother. What's that? Divide that with 25,000. So that's 5,000 apiece. 4,000 apiece. And your mother and her sisters fought over $25,000. Who else has a story? In the back.
My aunt in Brooklyn died. She had a brownstone, and my aunt, she was my oldest sister, and she died. So the brownstone in Bed-Stuy was there was a big argument with my other aunts over who was supposed to get it.
How much was the brownstone?
I don't know how much it is, but the brownstone, they're very expensive.
Brownstones cost some money, my aunt. I might shoot a nigga over one of them brownstones. Not that I would do that. I would never do that. But they cost some money. If somebody else might do it. They cost some money down there in Brooklyn. Damn. Okay. So they fought over that brownstone. A good brownstone. Might be talking not $1 million. Is it around there? 600? Yeah, about $1 million for one of those brownstones.
It was funny because all of us were kids, and she made us clean out the backyard and had a party.
Yeah.
In the 70s.
That's New York, and things down there cost an insane amount of money. Go ahead, Al.
Salakia, sir. Currently, within my family, they own at least 150 acres of land in Valdosta.
Mm-hmm. Where is that?
In southern Georgia.
Southern Georgia. Go ahead.
And currently, it's supposed to be split between at least 6 family members whose name is all on the property. But because there's only one cousin who is closest to the land, he's not telling them anything about what's going on, and he's even willing to sell it behind their backs.
They always do that.
For at least.
Why do they do that?
For like 200,000.
Grandmamas and they always take this house and split it up among 10 kids so they can kill each other. Right? If you got a house, just leave it to one. Just give it to one so they don't kill each other over this old broken down house. The point I'm trying to make is, can you imagine what it was like when now it was 12 tribes that shared the land of Israel. Right. And then all of them got thrown away and one tribe had it. And then Paul came and said, you're going to have to share it with the other 11. You understand? That's what this is about. That's the point of this. Come on. Are we done or not?
That was the bottom of verse 12.
All right, you get it. Next. Anything else? Sister in the back. Say it again.
Can we revisit death?
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Please.
Of my understanding of what you were saying, as if in the new kingdom, you won't live forever.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Correct. Is there a question?
Yeah, because of what I understand from the Bible, it says
Okay.
that in the new kingdom to come, you will live forever.
Let me see it. Bullet. Anything else while we're waiting for her? She'll get it. Go ahead.
The precept is 1 Ezra chapter 9, verse 36.
Is that the one you're saying that she's pulling?
No, the question I have for
Okay, what's your question? Go ahead.
Basically, got into some fake Israelites, and they were saying they don't want to join the UPK because one of the doctrines we teach is that if you are married to a heathen woman before you come to the truth, that you should divorce her. And they're using this precept of Ezra.
They're saying the UPK says to divorce her?
No, we shouldn't divorce her.
We should not divorce her. Go ahead. And they're saying you should because of Ezra.
Right.
Go ahead and pull it.
Come. 1 Ezra chapter 9, verse 36. All these had taken strange wives, and they put them away with their children.
Good question.
What? Okay.
So are they saying that you should abandon the children that you have with heathen wives?
Come.
Is that what they're saying?
Come.
You should go check because they're not saying that. They're saying you should get rid of the women, but they're not saying you should get rid of the children because the children would be what, according to fake Israelite?
They were saying that they're not Israelites too. I
That the kids are not Israelites?
They keep saying that.
All right. I'll break that down for you in 1 second. All right. Let me get the sister. Levi, you had something? Come on.
I would say based on the battle I've had with them, they do agree that the children are Israel, but they would say the women, because they heathen, we should not stay with
That's the one I'm familiar with. Now, they're saying forget the kids too. That's a whole different wrinkle. I'll break the whole thing down for you. Let me get the sister in the back. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, so in Revelation chapter 21
Mm-hmm.
and verse 4,
Mm-hmm.
where it says, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes.
Right.
And there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, nor shall there be any more. Former things have passed away.
There shall be no more death.
Right.
So that means no cow would ever die. Right?
I'm thinking human, not.
Why did you? Where does it say that? Just show me that.
No, I mean, you're telling me.
No, I'm just asking you. Meaning, does that? You said there will be no more death.
Yes. And
So that would mean no fly would ever die.
I'm thinking this scripture is pertaining to humans
Why?
because it's talking about humans.
Read.
Want me to continue with 5?
No, just read. Show me that it's only talking about humans.
Well, that thought never came to my mind. I'm thinking.
It's all right. There's no big deal. It's all right. What I'm just trying to help you with is many times, okay, well, we kind of infer something into the Bible that's in our mind, but it's not really there. Because if there's going to be no more death, you understand what that would mean. It doesn't say there will be no more people that die. That would mean no cow, no chicken, no fish, Nothing. It didn't say people. It just said there would be no death.
So what is the meaning of this?
If you don't, I'll break it down for you. When death in the Bible does not mean the death like a person dies. Death in the Bible is a curse. That's what death is. It's not, a fish dying. That's not death. A person dying of old age on a bed with their grandkids around them, that's not death. Let me give you a precept just to help you out, right? Give me death, where is thy sting in the New Testament, all right? When Christ was taken to be killed, he said, death, where is thy sting? Now is thy prince cast out. Death in the Bible is the curse that is death. It's not all dying because there can be no life without dying. Give me that in the book of Romans. For that which thou plantest cannot quicken unless it dies. There can't be life without death. You seem like you might know about planting or vegetables or plants. Is that correct? Okay, so do you know about planting vegetables? I'm sure you do, right? What are your favorite vegetables to plant? Like what? Pick one. You like kale. Okay. How do you grow kale? Where do you get it? It comes from kale, correct? So what happens to that kale? It has to die. If you don't kill kale, you can't grow kale. If you don't kill onions, you can't grow onions. If you can't kill apples, you can't grow apples. Well, now read my mind right now. If what doesn't die, what can grow? Okay, if apples need to die for apples to grow, kale needs to die for kale to grow, onions need to die for onions to grow. What else needs to die for it to grow? Come on, say the thing that we're both thinking. There you go. Give her a hand. That's it, right? If people don't die, then people can't grow. Then people can't be born. That's life here. So death has to always happen. But the death that you're reading about is not the thing dying and growing again. That death that will end is the curse of death. The curse of death is dying at 18 in Chicago. It's dying of cancer, dying of AIDS, dying of the COVID-19 virus. Raise your hand if you know someone that died of the COVID-19 virus. Yeah, that's over when Christ returns. No more of that. That's it. No more plagues and all of that, sister. Oh no, the lake of fire is going to happen.
But the body of that, but we know the spirit is on. But so then this myth of there will be no more death and all of that is.
That's not true. You just proved it by saying the lake of fire, right? In the lake of fire, what's going to happen? Life? People get killed in the lake of fire, right? So death is going to happen. What's not going to happen after the lake of fire, after Christ returns, after there's a new government that's in charge of this planet, no more COVID-19.
That's right.
No more AIDS. No more cancer. No more gun violence. That's death. Death in the Bible is the curse. What's the precept I asked for? Tell the sister where it is.
This is on 1 Corinthians 15 and 55. Mm-hmm. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?
This is Christ speaking, right? When they came to take him, he said, "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" Go.
Verse 56, the sting of death is sin.
That's it. The sting of death is sin. The death that is going away is the curse that comes from sin. That's death. Anybody that died very young? Raise your hand if you know anyone that died very young. Sis, this is a problem, right? That's death. That is over when Christ returns. That's over. No more of that. Here's the kind of death that will happen when Christ returns. On a giant, fluffy, feather bed. That's how I imagine it. Feather bed. Right. Grandkids and talking to them, and wives all around the bed. And their eyes are weeping, but they're trying to be strong for you because they don't want to, put their burden of sadness on you. But they know that your time is up. And the sons are all there, and you're trying to school them, give them the last lessons you can give them before you're gone. And you know that they have a great responsibility, but you prepared them. They're ready. You understand? That's heaven. That's heaven, sis. Maya.
I lost 4 brothers in one night.
I remember.
Young as hell. You understand?
Yeah.
That's the death we don't have no more.
No more. No more of that. Anything else, Captain?
Yes, sir. I mean, also, in John 8:51, the Lord said, those that obey my word will never see death.
That's the precept. So the Christian church has taught all of us that you wait until Jesus returns and then you'll just live forever. The problem is, give me the one I'm talking about in Corinthians about reincarnation. The problem is, if people never die, then people can never be born. Just like planting your onions or your kale. They have to die for people to be born. But they don't have to die of AIDS. They don't have to die at 16. They don't have to get shot in the mall. That doesn't have to happen. And that won't happen. I pray you understand. All right. That's all I can do for you. Anything else? Next. Are we done? Say again? Nah. You want to come in? Okay, waiting for this. But you got the video. Play this video, and then give me the IUIC. I gotta move on. Come on.
We got Corinthians.
She got all that. Just break that down for out here in the West Coast, all right? Play this video right here.
Chapter 19, verse 38. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly for fear of the Jews.
What I want you to see, Joseph of Arimathea, which was a rich man, he was a disciple of Christ, but secretly. You heard what T.K. Kirkland just said? He says, stay low. And what did he say? And flex occasionally. Joseph of Arimathea stayed low. He was a disciple of Christ, meaning a student of Christ, secretly for fear of the Jews. What does that mean? If the Jews had found out, meaning the Pharisees and the scribes, that he was a follower of Christ, they would have tried to destroy his money.
Oh!
That's what we saw.
My God forbid, stop. Stop. Oh! If the Jews would have found out he's a disciple of Christ, they would have cut his head off. They would have stoned him. They would have shot him. What would they have done, Hazahar? They would have tried to destroy his money. So he couldn't tell anybody, this is a coward.
Right.
And I don't have time to break down Joseph of Arimathea to you. Most of you don't know what the hell that is. You would have to be in the truth a long time to have battled Christians about Joseph of Arimathea. I've done it too many times. Every fake Christian believes that Joseph of Arimathea, because the Bible says he was secretly a disciple of Christ, means that you can hide who you are for money. That is not what it means. Joseph of Arimathea was a coward, right? Who then got his courage after Christ died. After he died.
I remember you teaching a while ago about how Peter was a coward. And then
Peter, when Christ died, turned coward. And then after Christ died, he got his courage, his cojones. He got him back. Is that right, Issachar? Cojones. He got him back.
Right.
Joseph of Arimathea had no cojones until Christ died. Give me the rich man. All right, that's the precept I need for this. Keep going. I don't have much time. Commanding General YAHANNA will be here shortly. Oh, and then we're going to get it on. That's right. Also, General YAHANNA sent me a text about the Passover. that I got to bring out of here tonight, all right? Passover, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go.
So like,
Issachar, you got it, come on. Levi.
Rich man and Lazarus, I don't know.
No, the rich man, just the rich man sell all that own and give it to the poor. And give me the one when he loved him, that's the one I need. When he loved the rich man, and the rich man couldn't do it. And it is easier for the camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That's what I need. Issachar, you got it? Play this video behind me. Go ahead.
Nick Cannon and Deshaun Jackson. Read 38 again. 38. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Jesus. And Pilate gave him leave.
So he used his influence to get the body of Christ. He was a rich man. He had influence because of his wealth. And he used his influence to get the body of Christ and bury him. This is how our brothers and sisters who's in that entire entertainment field and whatever else, government, whatever, because a lot of people watch us, that's how you got to roll.
That's how you got to roll. Wait, rewind just a taste, Doc, and play that last part, because that's how you got to roll. Read that.
Christ. He was a rich man. He had influence because of his wealth. And he used his influence to get the body of Christ and bury him. This is how our brothers and sisters who's in that entire entertainment field and whatever else, government, whatever, because a lot of people watch us, that's how you got to roll.
That's how you. Now, how is Nate saying you have to roll? Give me Mark 14, Mark 15 and 43. It's not the same one he just pulled, right?
Mark 15, 43.
Yeah.
This is the book of Mark, chapter 15, verse 43. Joseph of Arimathea, an honorable counselor, which also waited for the kingdom of the Most High, came and went in boldly.
Went in what?
Boldly.
Went in what?
Boldly.
What does the word boldly mean? What's the opposite of boldly? Secretly. Secret. It's the same person. The same Joseph of Arimathea. One scripture said he was a disciple of Christ secretly. Secretly. But then after Christ died, he went in to Pontius Pilate boldly and did what?
And craved the body of Yahushua.
He wanted the body of Christ. What would Pontius Pilate know the minute that he said, give me the body of Christ, I'm going to bury him? What would Pontius Pilate know immediately if you're not dumb? Answer the question. What would Pontius Pilate know? Sister, you want to answer? It's all right. No big deal. I'm not going to kill you. What would he know? If you went in boldly and said, I want to bury the body of Christ, what would Pontius Pilate, which is who you're asking, what would he know, sister? He would know that then. Give her a hand. He would have to know then. He would know you are a disciple of Christ. So what does that tell you about Joseph of Arimathea? He was a coward while Christ walked the earth. But then the death of Christ, him getting killed, him going on that cross, gave him courage. Now he was courageous, bold. Now he was bold. This bastard is telling you to be a coward today. For money. For money. That's how you got to be if you're entertainment, if you're government. And he is very effeminate, this cat here. Is it me, man? Maybe I've been with General YAHANNA so long. He seems very gay to me.
Right.
Very gay.
Right.
He's telling you to be a coward because in his mind, Joseph of Arimathea was in secret, so you should be in secret. Keep playing. Give me the rich man I asked about. Go ahead. Keep playing the video.
And support this truth.
Oh,
we're going to show you that too. Give me that 1 Timothy 6:17.
Go ahead.
And what I'm saying is not coming from a place of covetousness.
God forbid.
It's coming from
Hold on, stop right there. What I'm saying is not coming from a place of covetousness. No. Never. I would never be saying this because I want all of Kyrie's money. No. I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking that. That is not why I'm saying this. This is not, for those of you that don't know, covetousness is when you want something that somebody else has. I'm not saying this out of the spirit of covetousness. No, not at all. Keep going. I mean, keep playing
right now.
Go ahead.
1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 17. Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded. I want you to read this again. Go ahead. Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches. Why is it uncertain? Because you can lose it. That's what Nick Cannon feared. That's what Deshaun Jackson feared. That's what Joseph of Arimathea feared. I can lose these riches. Go ahead. But in the living God, who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. Go ahead.
Why would he cut it?
Verse 18.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Right.
If you cannot trust in riches because you can lose them, and you must trust in the living God, then how do you do that and keep it secret that you believe in the living God?
Right.
If you can't trust riches because you can lose them and you have to trust in God, then why would you keep it secret?
Right.
Why wouldn't you boldly, like Joseph of Arimathea did it, why wouldn't you just say you are, know that they can take this money away from me at any time? But God can stand with me. Give me whosoever deny me before men. One second, Kubo. I will deny them. I got to wrap it up. Keep going. Come on.
Good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute. Y'all see that? That they be good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute.
Damn right. Ready to distribute. This cat wants to get his nails done.
Right.
This cat wants to get a pedicure.
Right.
The IUIC is your baby mama's favorite Israelite group.
Right.
That's what they are.
Right.
If you don't mind, your baby mama loves the IUIC. That's the group she wanted you to join. Yeah. That's your baby mama's favorite Israelite group, the IUIC. Just so you know, your baby mama does not want you in One West. Oh, God forbid. You lose your kids for being in here. I pray you understand that. You lose your children for being in here. You lose your children for standing next to that brother you're sitting next to tonight.
Right.
You lose everything for him. And it is counted glorious in my sight.
That's right.
I pray you understand that. Come on.
That's Joseph Arimathea's job. That's what Chusa, Joanna, the wife of Herod Stewart, that's what she did. That's what the men and women did. They supported Christ behind the scenes. Read it again. Verse 18. That they do good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute, willing to communicate. Willing to communicate. Read. Laying up in store for themselves a good foundation. Because if you do that, you're laying up in store for themselves a good foundation. Go ahead. Against the time to come. Against the time, because destruction's coming. Go ahead. That they may lay hold on eternal life. All these Hollywood stars, these entertainers, whatever they are, they want eternal life. A lot of them do, not all of them, but some of them do. If you do, verse 18 is telling you what you have to. You can't be on the front line like the rest of us.
Stop. Man, that's all I would like someone to explain to me. If you're in the purple choir, please explain to me. Although we had phone calls, where's the purple people at your call in? I haven't got challenged in a battle in 15 years. I would love one day for someone to challenge me in a battle so I could harm you in righteousness, my not physically. But I would love to get challenged one day because I would like to understand why is it that rich people cannot get on the front lines, but poor people can? How do rich people have more to lose than poor people? That rewind that just a taste, and then well, 1 second. Rewind it a taste, and then play it one more time, and then anyone can answer the question for me. Please play it. Come on.
Some of them do. If you do, verse 18 is telling you what you have to. You can't be on the front line like the rest of us. Stay in the background, be a secret follower, and support this truth. Does everybody
stop? Okay, please explain this to me. Why is it that a poor man has more, a rich man cannot be on the front lines, but a poor man can? How does a rich man have more to lose than a poor man? If a rich man loses his job, all he has is the money in the bank that he's had for all the years he's been in the NBA. Right. I've burned this out already. Kyrie Irving has $90 million in the bank, not in future pay, in the bank. How is it that he has more to lose when if you go and say that you're in the ISUPK, raise your hand if you've done it. Who has been to court and has had the answer for being in the school in court? Okay. If you, Kwame All, give Kwame All a hand here. Kwame All, come on up here. This is Captain Kwame All. He's a warrior in charge of Northern California. He's cool as hell. This is the one West Cat. Look at that. Goddamn. Bring Johnny Yohanna in to see this thing. Johnny Yohanna likes cats like this. This is how he wants brothers to be. This is how you're supposed to be. Now, please explain to brothers and sisters what you went through with your children in the ISUPK.
I just recently went to court, back in September. I had to get a lawyer because my kid's mother had to got a lawyer. Basically, the entire premise of me and going to court was the school. Everything about it, what we stood for, and the end all be all was the judge didn't give a damn about it anyway. He said that has nothing to do with, you have freedom of religion. As long as the kids are safe, he's taking care of them, he's feeding them. There's nothing, I can't bring that into court.
And how many times have you been? This is the first time?
Oh, so I've been to court. I mean, since my son, I got an 8-year-old that I ain't seen, forever.
And when is the first time someone brought up your association with One West in the courtroom?
With my youngest child.
When was that?
That would have been when I first came into the truth. I haven't seen my son in probably 6 years. Like when you say lose.
6 years ago.
Sir.
When you first went to court about your kids, your ex-wife's defense for why you shouldn't see your kids is because you were in the ISUPK.
Absolutely, sir.
And what did you have to risk by being in the UPK that day?
My son.
Your son.
Okay.
That's what he risked.
Yeah, I didn't give a damn.
Yeah. Barakatah, how old are you? This man is no coward.
That's right. Okay.
This man is no coward. Hey, you get that? Good dog, Hart. I don't think they can hear you. You might need to come down.
I said, slacking, sir. In the spirit of brotherhood, I think I was one of them.
Yeah, give him a hand. So are you telling me, can you imagine being in an Israelite group where you have to fight to see your children and your baby's mother is saying he shouldn't see them because he is with them? You're the one who can be on the front line, but Kyrie Irving can't. He can't go on the front line when he has $90 million. Kanye West can't get on the front line. Nick Cannon can't get on the front line. I'm supposed to respect some celebrity because he finds out he's an Israelite? When meanwhile, I stand with Kwame All, who risked his children, who risked employment. How many of you have to go to your supervisor and battle over wearing a beard? Battle over a headpiece? How many of you, raise your hand, if you have to battle in your job over being an Israelite? Look at you. But rich people can't do that. They have less to risk than you. Captain?
Sorry, sir. He played my video.
For those of you who didn't hear, that's Captain Desire Young. Captain Desire Young said they played the video of him at work. They played it there in the human resources.
Oh, my God. If I can piggyback off Cap, they played the video in court with us in Philly when Junior Yohanna was fighting them billionaires at Liberty Place. They played our video telling our women to stop being whores, stop having abortion. And they played it just to make us look bad. And the judge said, well,
I wouldn't want my women being whores either. And the judge said, I wouldn't want my women being having abortions either. You understand? But, yeah.
Rock. Give me the rich man precept, last precept, please.
Get it in. I had ye are the light of the world. You still teach.
Hey, give it last precept.
Matthew chapter 19, verse 16. And behold, came and said unto him, Good master, what good... This is the book of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life?
Skip one verse down. I just broke that down for you. Let me get the IUIC's non-disclosure agreement up on the screen.
Come.
Go ahead.
Verse 17. And he said unto him, Why callest thou me
Skip
good?
down. One more verse.
Verse 18. And he said unto him, Which? Jesus said, Thou shalt do not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness.
So this rich man said, listen, which commandments do I have to keep to obtain the kingdom of heaven? Christ laid it down to him. No adultery, no false witness. Keeping the commandments. Keep going.
Verse 19. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Keep going. That means to take care of your father and mother when they get elderly and they're old and they can't take care of themselves. Keep going.
And thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
And you're going to love thy neighbor as thyself. Treat every brother, every sister the way you want to be treated. Keep going.
Verse 20. The young man said unto him, And these things have I kept from my youth up.
The young man said, I've been doing that. Remember, Joseph of Arimathea was raised in the Pharisee. He knew the law. He's been doing these things his entire life. Keep going.
Verse 21. Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect.
Read that again.
If thou wilt be perfect.
This is what rich people have to hear. They'll never hear it besides Commanding General YAHANNA. And just so I can, hell like me doing this. But Commanding General YAHANNA did this.
Right.
While I was in the school. Boys to men came into the truth when I was in the school. And at that time, my God, they were multi-millionaires. You know where I saw them at? Commanding General YAHANNA telling them to dump the trash cans. And they came into the school and they dumped the trash. And they did everything that troopers did. Meldrick Taylor, I don't know if you know who he is. Meldrick Taylor was a famous boxer. Famous. He stood next to me in camps, dumping the trash, being a trooper, like every other brother in the school. He was not treated better. Mayak, you know that. He wasn't treated better than a poor person in the school. Meldrick Taylor, and he had millions of dollars. But he came into the school and cleaned toilets with me. And boys and men, until they were able to go to other schools and be treated like rich men. Around Commanding General YAHANNA, they were troopers. Right. And that's that, which meant they were work mules. And that's it.
Loaded camp vans and
that's
loaded
that.
cars with us.
And then later on, they hated it so much, they went to other schools where they could be treated like celebrities. But they could not be treated like celebrities under Commanding General YAHANNA. I saw it happen with my own eyes. And I see in the IUIC, if you mention the word Israelite, they'll bring an army down there to defend you. If you just say Israelite, then here they come down there to make sure that your boss doesn't fire you, because God forbid you should have 1 penny less than $90 million. Right. Keep reading.
Go and sell that thou hast.
Christ said, if you want to be perfect, what should you do? Read it again.
Go and sell that thou hast.
Go and sell what you have. Sell it. Keep going.
And give to the poor.
And give it to the poor. This is what, let me tell you something. You think this is strange. Deion Sanders did this. Deion Sanders, who had millions of dollars, who could have worked for ESPN and became an analyst. Instead, he went to go work for an HBCU and be their football coach. And I know you might not know, Jackson State is absolutely destitute and poor. Let me give you a school that's more rich. Grambling, Howard, Southern. They have more money, and they have no money. None. The Grambling football players protested 2 years ago because they had no equipment at all. Jackson State is in Jackson, Mississippi, which means they have nothing. Guess what they have now? Cleats, equipment, weightlifting equipment, helmets. Where did it come from? Who wants to blow my mind when answering the question? Go ahead, right here, North Carolina.
Came from Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders used his own money to pay for all of the equipment that football team has. He took his money and gave it to the poor.
That's right.
And he is not in a fake Israelite group.
No, right.
Are you telling me you'll join some purple group and keep yourself secret? When Deion Sanders in the world took his money and gave it to the poor. Don't tell me this ain't possible. Let me give you the overall picture. Instead of getting enough money to leave the hood, get enough money and stay in the hood.
That's right.
That's the key.
That's right.
That's this. If you want to be perfect, you keep the law, you're an Israelite, you know who the Jews are. Well, if you want to be perfect, sell everything you own and give it to the poor. Read.
Thou shalt have treasure in heaven.
Oh, now your treasure is in heaven. Now you got it. Now keep going.
And come and follow me.
And do what else?
Follow me.
Can you imagine the UPK coming to defend some cat who is not even in the UPK? No. These purple homosexuals went and defended some cat in the world who was not even with them. I will defend Cuomo.
Right.
I'll defend him. I'll defend these brothers in this room. I'll defend them because they are with Christ. I don't know how many brothers we have in the UPK, but I know I love every last one of them.
Yeah, right.
That much I know. I know that they belong to the Lord God, and I will kill and die for each one of them. And I pray everybody understands that. That much I know. This guy in the world can do something greater and bigger than someone who claims to be an Israelite. That's not what Christ said to do. Christ said to sell everything you own, give it to the poor, and follow me. Keep going.
Please, sir. Real quick, too. What you're saying is so important, General. It's so important for every brother and sister to really understand that, because there's so many brothers could easily be fooled by money and fooled by fame, and fooled by power. It's such an aphrodisiac, so to speak, to your spirit, to take you over and to overthrow you, man. And here's the thing that they don't never get. While you trying to appease that rich man, you just made God's word less important than that rich man. You'd have made that rich man more important. When who is really important? I'm gonna show you an important cat up in here. That cat sitting right back there with that black t-shirt and scarf on. That cat right there, Gadar Hawk. Yeah, man. Captain Gadar Hawk. That's a cat. Real quick, I want to thank Captain Gadar Hawk, Officer Shabai, and your whole team, man, for hosting us out here in Las Vegas, man.
So far, it's been, an excellent and wonderful experience. Like these are the brothers that's important. The brothers that's put this truth above themselves and will put it above anybody else out there. That's who's important. You know what I'm saying? Like we all know that in the scriptures, but a lot of brothers, when put to the test, you know what I'm saying, they fall. And that's what this cat did. And a long time, he fell long before them purple cats was even born. Yeah. He fell when Masha gave him a chance to not be a homosexual and to live a homosexual life. That's when he fell. Right. You know what I mean? Just let me know. No faggots coming up in here. Shabal, I meant Shabal. It's a lot. Too many of y'all to remember all y'all names. A lot. I'm getting old, man. But I know that you're great. I know that the work that you do is great. And we ain't perfect. Everybody in here perfect. We got a lot of problems, flaws as humans. We coming out of the worst, which is so the Lord. Everybody love a hero story. We the heroes. We the ones on the bottom with all the problems. We the Lord of the Rings. You Frodo. You know what I'm saying? Billy Baggins and shit. You know what I mean? That's who you are. Right. But you gonna get that goddamn ring in the Mordor. You gonna get that ring in that fire. Right. You gonna put that evil down once and for all. And that's the greatest thing we could ever ask the Lord, is to be a part of that. And it's coming based on biblical prophecy. So I just want to praise
Verse 22. But when the young man heard that saying,
the young man who was rich, he heard Christ say, sell everything you own, give it to the poor, and follow me. When he heard that, go ahead.
He went away sorrowful.
He did what?
He went away sorrowful.
He went away sad. Keep going.
For he had great possessions.
For he had what?
Great possessions.
He had so much. He couldn't get on the front lines. Right. Because he had so much. He had great possessions. This world will constantly love rich men and forget poor men. That's why Stephen A. Smith defended the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. Why? Because he was white? No. Here's a great myth of loving white people. Nobody loves white people, but white people have money. And everybody loves money. And so all of the love, whenever people tell us, well, why don't you love white people? You don't love white people, but you love money. And everybody loves money. And you're really angry with us because we don't compromise for money. That's what you're mad at us about. Cabal, raise your hand if you've been in a battle with somebody over us not loving white people. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you've been in a battle with us over us not loving Hawaiians. What's the ones out here? They got a lot out here. They're not Moabites. What are they?
That's what I was saying. Are they the Philippines?
The Filipinos. Raise your hand if you've been in a battle about us not loving the Filipinos. See, that's interesting, right? So you're telling me that the only people that people are angry with us about is how we feel about white people. Now, what's the difference about white people and Filipinos and Hawaiians? What is it? Oh, I think I know. I think they're the ones with all the money. And I think really all of the controversy about how we hate white people and it's wrong to hate white people is really just because they have the money. Because I've never gotten a Filipino battle ever, or an Hawaiian battle. I don't know if I've gotten a Japanese. Raise your hand if you've been in a Japanese battle. See, that says something. In this great melting pot, are you telling me you've never battled with somebody? Y'all hate the Japanese. The Japanese are the same. They're the children of God. They got Jesus. No one ever told you that Jesus died for the Japanese. Raise your hand if someone said Jesus died for the Japanese.
It's like you did have a bad boot.
Oh, shit. Well, 1 in 20 years. All right.
It was in China.
Right. What about that wasn't China. What about the Pakistanis? Any of them? Here's the point. People only care about white people because they're rich. And even the love for white people is false. It's fake. It's not real love. Because no one would love them unless everyone thought that they were rich. This rich man, when he heard what Christ said, he was sad and he left because he had great riches. Keep going.
Verse 23. Then Jesus said unto his disciples, verily I say unto you.
Then he turned to those poor niggas all around him. He went to them and said, verily, meaning definitely, I say to you. Go ahead.
That a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Did we forget about that? Nate never read that, I guess. Because that's in the Bible. That's in the Bible. Read that again.
Then Jesus said unto his disciples, verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom
This
of
is
heaven.
in the Bible. This is what Jesus Christ said. A rich man shall hardly, meaning it will be hard for him to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Go ahead.
Verse 24. And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God.
Are you telling me that these purple choir boys are following someone that never read that? Little kids in church know about that. This homo is saying, be a secret celebrity Israelite and just give us your money. And you'll make the kingdom of heaven like that. When Jesus Christ said, it will be hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. It will be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That's in the Bible. Now, I know this doesn't matter outside of these walls. In here, it's everything. In here, we live the Bible. Come on.
I just want to say, sir, like the secret part is sticking out to me because homosexuals want to stay secret in the closet too.
Oh, I'm glad you went there with this. I'm glad, if I could, sir. I'm glad Cuomo Hall went there with this secretivity. Secretivity, is that a word? Secretness. Non-disclosure. That's a better way to say it.
Secret society.
Secret society. We found one. Let me tell you what we have here. For all of you purple people out there, the purple choir, your members can't stand being in there. They call us all the time. They've been calling me for years. And women, brothers in that group have been calling us for years, telling us every nasty thing that you've been doing. I found out recently why. Because recently, after they went down to defend that rich man, Kyrie Irving, one of them got so angry about it because he never gets any help, even though he wears one of those purple shirts, that he went and gave us the non-disclosure agreement. Scroll down. Scroll down. This is the non-disclosure agreement. Raise your hand if you even know what the hell a non-disclosure agreement is. Okay, that's good. A non-disclosure agreement is an agreement where you cannot tell anyone about what happens in the organization that you have signed this for. You know who did this? Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby had all of his white hoes sign non-disclosure agreements before he had sex with them. Am I making that up? You can look this up for yourself. Okay, you go to a party with Puff D. Is that his name? You go in there, you're going to see all kinds of sickness. You have to sign an NDA to go into a party with Puff Diddy. Why? Because you're going to see terrible sexual things that he doesn't want you to tell anyone about. And they make you sign an NDA. Well, to be a member and to operate in the IUIC, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. The brother sent it over to us right here. This is it. In doing this, he could be sued. But of course, I ain't going to tell you who he is. He's safe. So he's good to go. No problem, huh? Here it is. Let's read a little bit of that. Go ahead, read it. Whoever has it.
Israel United in Christ Confidentiality Agreement. Voice of Law and Venue. The parties agree that this agreement is to be governed by and construed under the law of the state of New York without regard to its conflicts of law provisions.
So meaning, if you're in another state, it doesn't matter. We're going to deal with this according to what New York says. Keep going, which is where Brooklyn is, which is where, of course, Kyrie Irving is, which is, of course, what they care about. Go ahead.
Okay. The parties further agree that all disputes shall be resolved exclusively in state or federal court in Mount Vernon, Westchester County, New York.
Because that's where they're based out of Mount Vernon, Westchester County, New York. Go ahead.
Confidential information. The parties agree that confidential information means all trade secrets.
Oh, all trade secrets. That's like the secret to Coca-Cola. That's like the secret sauce in KFC. Yeah. You know, it's a trade secret down there. So what? What in the hell is so important in the IUIC that they have trade secrets? To what? Wearing purple? The whole group is about purple. Everything will burn your eyes with purple. Keep going.
Trade secrets, know-how, business, and financial information.
Can't tell anybody about that. Keep going.
And other proprietary information or data disclosed to one party by the other.
Let's get down. This is a ton of legal jargon. It just means you got to shut your mouth about whatever you hear in there.
Right.
Let me see the other one. Let me see the ones. Keep going. Okay, right. IUIC's performance in terms of profits. Go ahead, read that.
IUIC's performance in terms of profits, revenues, operating income, etc.
You can't tell anybody about how much money they make. You cannot say anything about that. Keep going.
Further, financial data includes, but is not limited to, the documentation of the charges for services.
So whatever they pay for each one of those purple shirts, you can't tell anybody. So they could charge you $3,000 for one of those purple shirts. You better shut your mouth about that. Because if you bring that up, they can sue you. They can take you to court and sue you because you told someone that they made me pay $2,500 for a shirt. Who knows where I got that number from? Blow my mind. Come on. They told me that. They told me that's how much money they had to pay for those shirts. $2,000 for that purple shirt. $2,000 on a payment plan. Keep going. Hey, skip down to IUIC's all or any ComStat. Read that.
All or any ComStat and member sanctuary status reports.
So any status reports about any of the members. Keep going.
I see something. They ain't worrying about suing nobody. They worrying about us getting hold of it. That's what they worry about. And this is not because you tell they take you to court, they're gonna get their money. But this is because they know what they're doing is evil as hell, and they know we gonna expose it, and they know the shame. Go ahead, go ahead. And they know the shame of it. This is great. This is great. Can I add one more thing,
please, sir?
And real quick too. This is why we can't never compromise this truth. If it costs us our life, we can never compromise because this is where it ends up. Once you start changing the truth, you end up with this God. This was never in the truth. This was never part of the truth. Was never part of the school, was never taught, was never anything. This is totally manufactured by them. And once again, when you leave the truth, you end up in this, and this is how you know when you're not in the truth. But imagine you find out, wow, I'm an Israelite. You start studying the scriptures and all that. You go down here, and they hit you with the cock. You found out you're Israelite. You want to join? No problem. I got that. Initial each page, sign on page 6, 9, and 32. Thank you. And, man, insane. Go ahead. You know who had that? Who? Candy. They had it. Yes. The
candy canes electronic when you had to come up with your. I think you got to get your pay stuff in.
You got to give.
You got to show up with your pay stuff. Bring them out.
Right.
Slavery. Like that's insane, man. You understand? Like when did Christ need all of that? When did Christ need that?
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
You know what I'm saying? Please. And listen, it just show you, man, how much the Lord is not with these groups, man, these Christian Israelites. Because this cat is the leader of a whole organization, right? And he don't know the Bible.
Right.
He said, if you're rich, you can't be on the front lines. When our king said, sell everything you have, give it to the poor, and then follow me.
Right.
That sounds like front lines to me.
Right.
You follow him. He don't know the Bible.
Right.
With all those hundreds and hundreds marching back with their pretty purple shirts, and he don't know the goddamn Bible, man. The Lord is not with him. This is shameful, you know what I'm saying, for this to come out.
What y'all said is so heavy because to do this to brothers who turn their life over to the Lord is heinous. This is shameful to do this to brother. A brother coming out of hell find his way to the truth, or sister, Salaki, y'all know I'm talking about brothers and sisters, and they find their way to the truth, and then you put this burden on, you put this on. This is evil as hell to do. Go ahead, get the Salaki.
Salaki, sir. One thing I want to say is I remember coming in here. Stop, man. Ain't no secrets in here.
We ain't got nothing to hide.
Right.
No, I mean we don't got nothing. So
Ain't
ain't nothing to hide. I don't know what they got over bars of gold.
I don't know.
What they
I
hide
don't know
over
what they
there.
hide. I think they hide what they do to each other.
There you go.
I think that's. Let me read this last one. Read from all or any. Read that.
All or
Now
any.
listen carefully. Keep going.
All or any Comstat and member.
I don't know what Comstat even is. Anybody? Whatever a Comstat is, IUIC. Type in and tell us what a Comstat is. Comstat is okay, solid. Any type of telecommunications or Comstat and
member.
And what?
Member.
And member. So if you're a member, keep going.
Sanctuary status report.
So whatever that is, a sanctuary status report. Come on, man.
CompStat is a computerized and quantification program used by police departments.
Yeah! Listen, we've been, I told y'all this shit. These niggas police, man. They got a gay purple police. I'm done. I'm going home.
Good night, y'all.
God damn. I said right. You don't reveal the
I didn't even know. Yeah, because you know, Nate is a police detective.
Right.
He's a retired police detective. And you're in trouble if you're in there. Okay, let me just try to wrap this up for the One West Radio. Come on. Go ahead. But Comstat and then go ahead.
Sanctuary status reports, all or any security records and accident reports, including photographs, recordings, etc. All or any rules, regulations, and bylaws written at advisory.
So now you can't say anything about the rules in there, the bylaws in there. Keep going.
Example, rules on when to begin courting, communing, spousal.
Do you understand what that? You read that again.
Rules on when to begin courting.
You cannot tell anyone about the courting rules. So whatever rules they have about dating, if you mention it, you get sued. After you sign this.
That's definitely for us not to know.
Yeah. Keep going.
All or any phone conversations.
Do you understand that if you talk about a phone conversation that you had with someone in there, you get sued? Now, brothers might not get this, but sisters, you'll understand this. Why would someone make you sign something to make it impossible for you to ever tell anybody about what you saw?
That's right.
Or heard or was talked about? Sisters, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, everybody, all the sisters understand what I mean. Like there is some sexual deviance in there that they're making sure you can't even bring it up. You can't talk about what happened in that courtship. Remember, there's a woman in there called Joy Morgan who was killed by an African man. And who knows what trouble she was having before she was killed that she couldn't talk about. She couldn't bring up because she'd be sued. Only the worst kind of perverts. You know who did this? What's that cat in Hollywood, General YAHANNA? Rothstein? Weinstein had people signing these. Is another one. Epstein, and all the Steens. Not that I'm talking about some Steens. Coincidence. It's a coincidence. Anyway, there's some people in Hollywood that make you sign these before you come to their party because they're going to do something to you that they're afraid of you'll tell someone. Can you imagine joining a religion that makes you sign this? Do you understand what that means? Women, I know you know what that means. I know you know. Any more? Can you imagine how many women are stuck in Africa that can't say anything about what's happening to them in Ghana, in Nigeria? Yeah, the sisters were over there trying to marry heathens over there in Africa. And I wonder why it's Ghana and Nigeria, because that's the African countries with the money. The money. Let me see if I can keep on.
All or any phone conversation.
All of what?
Any phone conversation.
You cannot mention a phone conversation. So someone calls you on the phone and says the most rude and lewd thing to you in the world. You can't say anything about it. You'll get sued. Keep going.
Oh, sorry.
Come on.
Voice messages.
You can't, if you have a voice message of Nate saying something to you that might be a little less than masculine. Yeah, Nate sent some pictures to somebody that broke off from their group of a male penis.
That's right. Send it to all of them.
Send it to all the members by accident. Well, you can't mention that if that happens again and again and again. Keep going.
Voice messages, text, reproduction of live or recorded video and or audio recordings, prohibited, unauthorized duplication of minutes in meetings, written and recorded audio / video, social media.
Where are you at right now? I'm missing.
I'm at social media, sir. Real quick. Yes, sir.
And let me tell you something else too. You know why you need this? You need this when this is what you do. Right. You need this when you doing stuff that you know what you doing. So you want to be sure nobody else can do it to you. Because remember a short while ago we found out that they were what were they doing?
Acting like a woman and trying to come
psyops.
Right, doing psyops on the sisters, calling them up, tell them you need to leave them, get away from them. Meanwhile, these was men doing it. And remember the one guy came out and said how they was bringing cats to camp and pretending like they listening to camp, dressed in regular clothes, but really, like that's what cops do.
Yeah.
And when you know you doing them type of slimy, grimy things, then you need this because you know what people are capable of because you doing it.
Right.
Salaki, sir, didn't they do that to Texas? Try to shut down the Passover?
Forgot about that.
Something like that.
Right. If I could, they went the IUIC. We were getting our last shout out to the Passover this year, Raleigh, North Carolina. General Hazayan sent me a text about the Passover in Raleigh, North Carolina. Well, last year's Passover in Raleigh, North Carolina, the IUIC called our venue and canceled it. They said that I work for Commanding General YAHANNA, and we don't want this venue anymore. And we found out later it was someone from the IUIC. And the Yatazak had to get on the phone and say, nigga, I work for Commanding General YAHANNA. Who the hell are you talking about? And then we got his name and found that for the IUIC. They tried to cancel our Passover venue for last year. This year, we're going to go see the Durham Black Wall Street. There's a Black Wall Street in Durham, North Carolina. Everyone in here has heard of Black Wall Street, correct? Where black people built thriving economies, thriving neighborhoods. We're going to go see them so we can learn the lessons of the past and build a better future. This year at the Passover, bring your children. They'll get to go see an actual Black Wall Street that we had in Durham, North Carolina. And also the Stagville Plantation. The Stagville Plantation is an actual slave plantation, and the homes that the slaves lived in are still there, kept so that history could see how slaves lived. You bring your children, your wives, they'll get to walk into the door of where their brothers and sisters lived, brother, back in the 1700s. We're going to, please, sir.
Sorry.
Please. No, that's all he said to me. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and there's people that we've interviewed people down there that lived during the time that they were doing some of these things, and you should hear the horror stories. We're going to try to get them on tape so we can hear the horror stories. Also, too, General, if I could just add, this year's Passover, for the first time, we taking the Raleigh Convention Center. We got the whole. Also, this year, the Black Party is going to be insane because the brothers are going to perform. Y'all at the Black Party. There's a whole host of activities that they got lined up. They're doing amazing. A big shout out to Captain Nathaniel and all his team out there in North Carolina doing an amazing job.
Abraham is here tonight as well.
Oh, big shout out to Abraham down here in Charlotte. Back there for us.
YAHANNA.
YAHANNA, good man.
No, that's not YAHANNA.
He stepped out. Everybody gets that. That's what the IUIC tried to do last year. F them. Because we're going to have our Passover and keep getting it on and keep rocking. I think we're done with this, right?
Did you want the last paragraph?
Please, if you think we need to.
Concept. I'll move it over to the side.
Someone hold 1 Corinthians 21:3, and I'm done.
Okay. The last paragraph in the Israel United Christ NDA says, I understand that failure to follow the policies and procedures may result in loss of access to the computer systems and/or disciplinary action, which may include dismissal and criminal prosecution.
Wow. So now we know how the IUIC keeps their people in order. They keep their people in order with fear of prosecution. That's it. This is their NDA. Let's just send this to everybody. Everybody had this. You read it for yourself. I wonder if they let you take this to a lawyer before you found it. Who wants to guess? Anybody wants to guess on whether or not they said before you sign this, let me let my lawyer think about it. Read it. Does anyone think that they did that? No, they didn't do that. They, like every other thief, pushes you to sign this thing without getting legal representation for them to read it before you sign it. Or else, do you know what this means? If someone sexually harasses you, you cannot say anything about it. If someone propositions you sexually, you cannot say anything about it. If someone gets on a phone conversation with you and gives you the absolutely most rude and sexual conversation, you have to keep your mouth shut about it. If they try to rape you, you can't, which is why Bill Cosby had everybody sign. Bill Cosby had sex with these women, and for 23 years, these NDAs protected him since the 1970s. These these documents protected the victims of Bill Cosby from the 1970s. Sister in the back, you had your hand up. Sister in Las Vegas, come on, please. Go ahead.
With the NDA that they have, I remember watching a video, and there was one of the purple guys, and he was talking about how they go through and they're doing their training, and he was saying there was only certain precepts that they were allowed to learn. They can't learn the whole Bible. They're instructed on what they can learn inside of the purple camp.
Wow, I didn't know about that. I'm not surprised, because if you have a fake Israelite group and you take away Christ's name and you get rid of the Hebrew and you remove the garments and turn them into Christian garments, if you start taking and dismantling stuff, I'm not surprised. Like you said, they're gonna take out some scriptures and make sure that those, especially the ones that create conflict or controversy, or especially the ones that we cut them with, they're pulling all those out. Once again, that's a shell of an organization now. It's a piece of garbage now. And it's sad. Sorry, if I could. And here's what's sad about it. For cats that come into this work of the Lord, that really love the Most High's people, it's real sad, because if you see the mindset of them cats that was part of them what's his name, Tazadaki's group. If you go talk to them cats in Tazadaki's group, them brothers and sisters, all their heads is messed up. They all psychologically damaged. Their mind they've been abused. The double tides and all of that, their mind is messed up. They trying to find their way. You get screwed up in them groups because you done opened up your spirit. You done opened up your heart. You done joined in and gave your heart and soul in it. And then you get up in there and then they screw the hell out of you. And then when you come out of it, you all messed up. You know what I'm saying? You need therapy by the time you come out of it. And now here we got another organization getting ready to do it again. That's why we got to stay. This truth is everything. This truth is where we safe at. We're going to have issues. But in here, any issue can come up and be dealt with to the top. If I've done you wrong, come and tell me. It don't matter. Tell me, yo, you didn't do me right. And we're going to get it straight somewhere up along the lines of this council. Like Christ said, them rules that Christ said, they apply up in here. And ain't nobody going to hamper them rules. Ain't nobody going to suppress that. We're going to deal with it in here so we can get right. And it's going to be mistakes, but we will get it right. But this is when you're trying to get all that out the way so you can bring all the evil in. Salaki says,
I just have one question. I've seen that they got this video, and I just want to know if anybody can tell me what exactly they're doing. They're all standing in line and all of their purple, and it's like going from blocks and blocks and blocks, and like,
yeah, listen,
I didn't figure out.
Listen, it's a good stunt. It's what a Christian would do instead of teaching. It's a good stunt. You get a bunch of cats together and you pretend like you an army. You pretend that everybody know them cats is far from being military. Right. You understand? How you gonna be marching and you in purple? You know, like that's an oxymoron. You know what I mean? You wearing the gay purple, but you marching, and you singing cadence. It's like it's a joke. But it's a good stunt. It's what a Christian would do. Yeah. Like, listen, the churches would be able to do the same thing if all the gays didn't join the purple. Like, he got a good business plan, believe it or not. You know how many gay men is in these churches? They run in these churches. And now they get away from the women and all get in one gay purple group. Oh, I'm surprised he ain't got 10,000 cats out there sashaying up to the damn up to the Barclays Center. He got a good gay ass business plan. He ain't doing this. Ain't a dumb thing. This is a. He sat down and thought about this. He probably got people telling him how to do this. Yeah. You know what I mean? Put on the purple. Do this. Do that. He's doing everything you would do if you wanted gay Christian men to come out of church and to now join your organization. That's what he's doing. But like all those things that has happened in the past, they temporary. The only thing that's real, that really actually changes anything, is the truth of the Most High. And that was given to us. We didn't create that. You understand? That was handed down to us. And something so precious as this truth being handed down to us should be watched over and protected. Rules and regulations and things the Lord gave us should never be taken lightly and pushed off to the side. It's so important that we don't, regardless of what it looks. The scriptures say we walk not by sight. So they can march 50,000 cats down there. Who knows what they doing? Like they said, you can't disclose how they recruit.
Right.
If you turn on to see a few of them on the gay porn channel, then you can't disclose that because that's how they recruit. That's one of their recruiting tactics. Yeah. So you can't say nothing about it. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that every precious brother that takes on this truth in this ISUPK and starts to walk, and sister, you know what I mean, sisters as well, and walks this walk for real, and really decides to tell the Most High, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it for the rest of my life until you say different. For the brother and sister that does that, they are absolutely precious to the Most High. That's right. Because they're the only ones willing to defy this place in all its aspects. And here's why this is also so evil. It's so evil because it's so close to what the Lord is. In other words, they're using the fact that they teaching that they're Israelites as a way to create a gay. They're doing absolutely nothing different than any church. The NDA proves it. You can go to any church that's filled with gay men, that's full of, back to Africa movements. That's all of those things. You can see all of that in any church. The only difference is that they're using the fact that we know that we Israelites as a little twist. That's their little twist to not be like a church, but still be a church. And what's so wrong is so wrong to do it to the Lord. Like this is an offense to the Lord's work. Right. And listen, and just like Tazadaki, like he ain't learned from Tazadaki. And the Lord was angry with that dude, man, for what he did and put him down in such a disrespectful way. And the Lord put him down with disrespect because of how evil he was. And this that they doing is also the same thing. Like the scripture say, what's that scripture where it say with Stephen, boy, such a courageous brother, where he said, I'm paraphrasing, how you block the door, you don't go in, and then you block other people from going in. That's what this is. This is the block the door for brothers and sisters to wake up to the truth and come into the body of Christ. Right. And for a moment, they're going to get to block the door, just like them other cats did. The truth must never, ever be changed. If you change it, you're going to lose it. If we do something different, we're going to lose it. We're going to do it, even if it look crazy to you. We're going to do it because it's the way it was handed down to us. And what a gift it is.
Can we read this last line? Because this last line is heavy.
Yes, sir.
It's just showing the level of shame in these cats. And like the general said, all this is about the ISUPK. Right. They don't want us to expose their gayness like the Lord used us to shut down the candy cane, GMS, all the rest of it. Go ahead.
The last, it says, regardless of date of joining Israel United in Christ, the terms understood herein are retroactively applied to the date of initial membership.
You see that? So whenever you sign this, if you've been with them purple punks 5 years and they find out you've been feeding their secrets 3 years ago, they want to take you to ESOM. Right. They want to prosecute you criminally. So now that's a warning to all of you that have been whispering and letting out all my secrets. Right. I'm warning because this takes effect when you first join. Right. You understand? So be warned. That's people as hell. It's still small, but the ISUPK is doing it right anyway.
So if I could do my now, this of course begs the very obvious question. The IUIC keeps their group together, and they force people to keep their secrets because of a non-disclosure agreement that everyone has to sign. So now the obvious question is, how does the ISUPK inspire loyalty? How do we do it? We do it with an oath. That's how we do it. Every brother and sister in here takes an oath. Every man that sits before you, every trooper, every officer, every captain, every general, we have taken an oath to obey certain duties, certain responsibilities. And we know that upon breaking that oath, we break that oath to God. We break that oath to the Most High God. And we are in fear of breaking our oath. These men think you'll be in fear of going to court. I got the NDA right here. Which means who in the cares about this? Going to court. I have the NDA. It's right here in front of you. I'll send it to everybody.
Which one of you will go to law before the other?
These LGBT people, they think that fear of man is greater than the fear of God.
Right.
When in here, I took an oath back in 1995. That oath I would rather die than break. That's right. I would rather die. I can't break my oath. I took an oath to follow Commanding General YAHANNA in whatsoever path he requires. That's my oath. That is who I'm assigned to. I don't fear man, I fear God. And we keep our oaths. Commanding General YAHANNA took an oath many years before I ever thought about the truth. He kept his oath. These bastards think that fear of a court case will keep people loyal. That fear of charges will keep people loyal. Fear of God makes men loyal. Good men fear God.
I think, Joe, somebody said somewhere sometime that fear not man who can destroy the flesh, but only the Most High to destroy your body, flesh, and spirit in hell.
Let me read this precept if I could, sir. This is the last one. Trooper. Which one were you speaking about now?
The one that you 321, sir?
6 and 1.
Oh yeah, you saw that.
I forget. Salah.
21. You said
So what? Cornwall.
I had a precept, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord, we persuade men.
That's it. In here, we bow our heads and have our heads anointed with oil, man. You sisters, you took an oath as well. I pray you understand that. You're going to be bound to that oath. Every sister that received the Hebrew name in this school, you are bound to never be sluts, never be whores, never be something that would bring shame to this holy house. You took an oath. You don't have to take it. But once you take it, you've taken it. Just like we've all taken it. And God answers the breaking of that oath. The Most High said, these are priests forever, and they will not be priests without an oath. That oath is what binds us. That oath is what keeps us together. That oath is the basis of our loyalty. Read the precept I pulled, please. Did I tell you where it was? 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 21 and 3. There was a time when David wanted to number his army because David felt cowardly. He was afraid. He was scared. He had a great battle to fight in front of him. And he wanted to know how many men he had before he fought this battle. And the Most High God forbade him to count his men because your strength cannot be in men. Your strength cannot be in numbers. Your strength has to be in the Lord thy God, who is the God of your army. Your strength can't be in, people. And when he has 10,000, you have 20,000. What does that mean? You'll win? Do you think you'll win a fight because you're bigger, because you're stronger? Isn't that what Goliath thought? Do you think your might means you'll win a fight? Do you think your numbers means you'll win a fight. David thought that at one time. He thought, let me number the people before I decide to go win this battle. The prophet of God said he was in error. Now read the third verse. I'm sorry. Yes, the third verse, please. Nice and loud. It's a car right up front. You read it. I'm sorry.
First Chronicles are the one.
Oh, my apologies. First Chronicles 21:3. The what?
First Chronicles chapter 21, verse 3. And Joab answered, the Lord make his people 100 times so many more as they be.
David wanted to know how many men he had before he fought this battle. Joab said, my Lord, the Lord make his men. Read that again.
And Joab answered, the Lord makes his people 100 times so many more as they be.
The Lord makes his people 100 times more than they be. Do I have to cower down to the U.S. military because they're the greatest military on earth? Do I have to cower down to Islam? Creflo Dollar's church holds how many people? Who knows? 25,000 people. What do I have to do? Beg Creflo Dollar? Do I have to join them? Do I need to join T.D. Jakes' church? He has about 30,000 people in his church. What should I do? Go let T. Jakes be my leader? I don't think I'll be doing that. I pray you understand that. The Lord makes his people 100 times more than they be. Why would you ever care about being outnumbered by the Christians and by the Muslims? Why would that matter to you? Why would a non-disclosure agreement make you think people would give you loyalty? Why would this contract be something you thought you could trust in? Right. Because you trust in people. You trust that people are what makes you strong. Lawyers, courts. That's what makes you strong. And here, we're strong in faith, huh? That's right. We're strong in faith. And we're 100 times more than what we are. If you don't believe me, you know where we are every camp. We'll be camped this week. Just come see. Just come try us. Everyone knows where we are, where we stand, and where we meet. Keep going.
Okay. But my Lord, the King, are they not all my Lord's servants?
Read that again.
But my Lord, the King, are they not all my Lord's servants?
The officer Abijah, give him a hand. He called me. Officer Abijah called me, and he said he's battling some cat online that's saying, well, the IUIC has more members than you. And I said, I don't know that that's true because I don't know how many members we have in the ISUPK.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm glad you
Junior,
got that. I'm not tired of
that's
this debate.
your rule.
I don't know, but
all right.
I don't want to count nobody.
Go ahead.
But the numbers got to be strong in the castle.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Numbers
in the UPK be strong. And if I could, scripture do say, he that is in you is greater than he that is in the world. And what's in us is 10 times greater than some non-disclosure agreement, gay purple madness. Was built, what we built on is 10 times greater than that. And again, doing stunts in front of the Barclays Center don't impress me. You understand? It don't impress. I can get 1,000. I can get 10,000 gay men together. I can do it. I can hire. What's that old big fat? I know we don't take LGBT. I have a LGBT convention. I have 20,000 sodomites in front of the Barclays Center. It's easy to do. Right. Well, how much of them going to be men of God and serve the Lord? And here, these numbers is growing, and they growing beautifully. And they're growing with righteousness in both brothers and sisters. So this whole number thing, I'm not impressed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not impressed.
If I could, sir, it's not something that we're allowed to do in here.
What he needs to do is just stop calling himself an Israelite
Go on and be a Christian and go on and get 50,000. Go on and get Creflo.
Get 1 million men
Go
march.
get that 25,000 man stadium and stop playing. Leave the
Right.
Lord's business to
Yeah,
us.
right. You talk about Israel sometimes.
Yeah, he full of Israelite scripture. You know what I'm saying? Like, go on and be what it is you're gonna be.
I mean, in the UPK, that's not that we don't care about something like that.
Right.
We don't do that. We just who's ever here, you belong to God. Whoever you are, whoever shows up for camp, whoever shows up for the operation, whoever appears, God belongs to you and you belong to him. And that's what this prophet is saying. Come on, man. Like they trust in a contract. You know how many contracts have I broken, Mario? Jesus Christ. I mean, come on. I don't even give a damn about none of that. What some judge is saying. Whatever. Come find me. It's hard. I travel a lot.
Take what I don't
I'm in Vegas. I'm in wherever. What difference does that make? These bastards trust a contract. They don't trust the loyalty of the people they have. You know what the Most High God said? Read that last part again. Calvin.
Sir. Why then does my Lord require
No,
this?
read above it.
Yes, sir. But my Lord the King, are they not all my Lord's servants? Why then does my Lord require this thing?
I mean, everyone that's here, aren't they God's servants?
Right.
So then why do you care how many of them there are?
Right.
All of them serve God.
Right.
So what possible difference could there make? General Cabal knows this from keeping the records on. We on purpose avoid. And sometimes it'll come up in general's councils. How many men we have. We change the topic and we get off of it so that we never know how many they have. Because even knowing the number might make you think you're strong. And we don't want to feel we're strong because we have so many killers. We want to feel we're strong because we obey God. So we on purpose avoid the discussion. Now I'm telling you something in general's councils now. You know, we go through that General Cabal knows about that we avoid the topic of how many people we have in here per Commander General YAHANNA's orders. Because we never.
If you ask Cabal, he gonna give you a soup salad.
Yeah. He gonna tell you.
What do you mean we got over so and so? Well, actually, you know,
he know his job. He ain't gonna never tell you. He ain't gonna never even tell you how to get where we at. Please, sir.
Read that one more time.
Yes, sir.
There's something real heavy in this, man. Like David was in error numbering the men, but them cats that was with David was deep as hell. Read that one more time. Check this out.
Count, sir. First Chronicles 21:3. And Joab answered, the Lord make his people 100 times.
No, go up above it.
Sorry, past it. Keep reading.
Oh, past that?
No, above.
Oh, above it. So
yes, sir. First Chronicles 21:1.
No, right, the verse right above it.
Oh,
The
2.
verse right above it.
Yes, sir. And verse 2. And David said to Joab and to the rulers of the people, go, number Israel from Beersheba even to Dan.
David was, he trying to go to war. And he started to, he want to lean on his carnality. He want to lean on how much power do I really have.
Yeah.
But this cat that's with him, this prophet that's with him, like this is the kind of man that got to be in this truth. This is the kind of brothers that's in here. Read this what the brother says to David. And he's the king now. This ain't no cat. You don't just walk up to him and say anything out your mouth. But check out how he loved David and loved this truth. Go ahead, Al.
Verse 3. And Joab answered, the Lord make his people 100 times so many more as they be. Right. But my Lord the King, are they not all my Lord's servants?
Meaning, aren't they all down with you and you down with the Lord? Like, why do we even care how many they are? They down with the Lord. Right. They down with you. He trying to let David know, get off that carnality. Right. Like, you are doing God's will. Right. And the Lord is with you. He trying to nicely say it to David. Right. Go ahead, I'll keep reading.
Why then doth my Lord require this thing?
Why are you worried about numbers? The Lord is with you. You're doing amazing work. You gonna conquer anything that comes in front of you. Why are you worrying about that? He's bringing David back to his senses, and it shows you the kind of spirit that's in this brother. That's how we should be.
That's right.
Like when you, like the day you learned you was an Israelite, and really finally, when you do this history, I was just talking with your ball and brothers. We was talking about the history in America and how it's all built on Egypt and all of that, and how it's, you know, how deep our history and these records are and all that. And brother, and if that should make you totally down for the Most High, and that's way more powerful than anything. Trying to lean on something carnal, I don't know if y'all can understand where I'm coming from, but it's so much more. Go ahead, I'll finish your point.
Why then doth my Lord require this thing? Why will he be a cause of trespass to Israel?
Why would you he went there all day. Like, why would you go carnal? It's like if you get carnal on this, if you think about numbers, it's like you're going to be a trespass on Israel. Don't you know the Lord is with you? Don't you know the Lord is walking with you? You conquering, you tearing up everything. Why would you go against and trespass Israel? And I know David he had some bad niggas with him. Like a bad cat. You should have been saying, let me number these people, see how much power I got. And he look at you like, what's wrong with you? God is with you. You conquering everything. You gonna overthrow everything. Why would you get carnal? What's wrong with you? Like, that's a man that not only does he believe in the Most High, he watching you and he know the Lord is with you. And let me tell y'all, in here, I see it in y'all brothers. I see the Lord be with you probably more than you see. I see y'all be thinking I'm faking it when when I roll with Q or General Muhammad, and all the rest of you brothers. I'm the way I am with you because I see in you the Most High. Like, I see what you, like when you wake up from this and realize what you've done for the Lord, you're going to say, damn, how the hell did I do that? Because it's the Most High working in you, building in you, doing something that this world does not want brought out. Same with sisters, man. Like, this is so spiritual, so the Lord. And brother, them cats that was with David, they understood that even when he got carnal, they was down with him and understood this is the Most High's work. If you look up the word miracle, you really want to understand what a miracle is, go into the Hebrew word miracle. And the translation says the ability, key word, the ability to do that which is not commonly able to be done. Like, we doing miracles in here, man. That's what we're doing. These brothers rising up in these different cities and different areas and harnessing these brothers with them and strapping these brothers to their shoulders and taking on these brothers' problems and burdens. To sorry, y'all killing them on Clubhouse. You're like an animal on Clubhouse. You understand? Like these things you brothers doing in camp, these are what's considered miracles. Not that nonsense they telling you in church. You know, all that hype about something that's, you know, spooky. These are miracles in here. You understand? And sisters too. If I could, Lion fed me on her couch. That was a miracle. Because I was the most difficult. She was on time. Hey, my honest wife. You understand? But did amazing work. You know what I'm saying? I see other sisters in here too. And a lot of y'all coming up doing miracles, man. That's what we doing in here. You understand? Like nobody wants. That's why Kanye West, they taking his bank account. You see what they doing to this cat? I mean, when did J.P. Morgan become the IRS? Right. They confiscate $75 million from him and then tell them you owe taxes. That's why we holding the money. When everybody know why they holding the money. Right. They holding the money because he had the nerve to utter the words that blacks are the real Jews. And listen, the Lord is ironic, man. The thing you think is absolutely impossible, that's the thing he gonna tell. That's gonna be the truth. Right. That thing that you thinking is no way that can be possible. There's no way that blacks from the ghetto in poverty could actually be the real biblical Jews. And there's no way that Latinos who come from Central and South America and different parts of the West Coast, there's no way they could be the other 12 tribes. That'll be the Lord showing, bringing out that thing. that you think is impossible, and he loves it that way. When Christ came on the scene, it was like, what? You are who? The son of David? You doing what? Mom, man, get the hell out of here. The hell, they murdered Stephen for just saying it. That's how angry they was, because it was an impossibility at that time. But eventually it became the biggest thing on the planet. And brother, that's what we do. And them cats that was down with David, let me tell y'all, they was on a mission to get him to do God's will.
Right.
And brother, that's what we are in here. You brothers in here, listen, I want to be that cat. I want to be him. When you building your cat, I want to be him. When you feeling it, you about to lean over, I want to be the cat to tell you out. You got this. The Lord is with you. What are you doing? Do the job. Because the Spirit of the Lord is inside you, man. And brother, this is nowhere. There's nowhere else that this is at.
That's right.
This ain't everywhere else.
Right.
And there's tons of people who claim to be Israelites because it's convenient. It's in the Bible. If you're a Christian, it's convenient to add that to you. But is there anybody actually being an Israelite? Following them laws, statutes, and commandments? Calling out the other nations on which you can't, like Muhammad brought out earlier, you can't never call out these nations, especially Esau. Is there anybody willing to do that? That's a hard job. They murdered Stephen over, stoned him to death. He didn't lay a finger on him. They murdered him over that. And that is courage. That is wisdom. What this brother is saying, that's spirituality. So lock y'all. Finish it down. Was that it? That's it. So lock it. Yeah, my hand.
So once again, just so everyone can understand, unlike the Israelite United in Christ Purple Church, we don't sign, NDAs in here that forces us, under the threat of criminal action to stay with each other. But if I could, Commander General YAHANNA, I have taken an oath and I will obey you for the rest of my life.
If I could, what that brother just read, the reason I read it is because these brothers that's sitting up here with me, these brothers did that. Right. Brother, when they came up against this school, brother, they wiped this thing out. They came up with the house of David. I mean, they were determined to destroy this place out. They was attacking me 6 ways to Sunday. I was by myself up there in New York battling these cats, man. And brother, these cats right here, General Muhammad came through with his strength. General Ma'ala, Haas, my man Q. You know what I mean? SHALAM, like that's why I'm the way I am, because I still don't understand how they still holding this down. Like they strong as hell to hold down something like this. And brother, listen, you done throw it down with me. You know my listen. You know my come on, I ain't gotta say it. On the goddamn ice, you know that? Okay. It's like on the listen, I tell the story all the time. Y'all gonna hear it till dripping with a dribble coming out of my mouth. You know my ops that ice with me, man. On ice. Yeah. We teach it in DC, standing on ice, shivering. Prophesying the Lord's word. Mine was there too. I tell you the stories all the time. A Latino sister tried to castrate Muhammad at camp. It was the most remarkable thing you ever seen. I thought about his ribs. She popped that switchblade out like this. And she said, "Bing!" Y'all know how the Latinos do. They deadly with that knife. They surgical with it. He said, "Bow!" And she was ready to cut his rod off because he would not accept the white Jesus. You know what I'm saying? We had to then block his rod. Don't do it! I think I spoke in Spanish. But this truth deserves that kind of brotherhood and loyalty, man. And I'm loyal to them as well. Damn right. Loyal to you as well. And loyal to this work as well. Not for our gain, but for the Lord's gain. Right. Make up your mind, man. Make up your mind, that cat that holds this body together when it's about to fall. So that's what these brothers did. They ain't sitting in these seats for nothing. They put 20, 30 years in this work. General Q,
Come on.
Hey, listen, we faced some riots with Q. I faced some. You see this guy here? This is not a punk. I say it all the time. I faced riots with Q. I mean, they trying to kill us over this truth. And Q, like, he look over me like, you ready? We going. We going out right now. You know what I mean? And held it down, man. And brother, what greater gift can the Lord give you than to stand for this truth? Whatever gift he could give you. I know it seemed like a lie to so much of the world, but certainly that nonsense going on in church ain't real. Singing and prancing, man. And listen, you notice now in churches now, when you turn on these churches, you notice they ain't talking miracles so much no more.
Right.
You notice that? You notice they ain't talking so much healing and all of that. Now they quiet now, right? Because of that coronavirus. Exposed how filthy they were and how they was robbing. They've been robbing sisters for so many years with them call-in lines and them bottles of water, holy water, and trinkets, and just robbing and stealing from the people while never giving them what they need. Now the prophets are here.
That's it.
I don't want to keep y'all.
No, please. Your command, YAHANNA. We're brothers. We made a bond with each other. We made an oath to serve God, and we extend that oath to you. Now we'll kill and die for you. We'll do the same thing for you, and we pray that you would do it for us. And the Most High God will hear our oath. He'll stand with us. Hallelujah. Let me answer. Where is Ashkawar at? Where's Ashkawar? I just saw him a minute ago. Ashkawar is one of the brothers out there that helped me with my Spanish, sir. Give him a hand. I just saw him a second ago. Let me, if I could, practice my Spanish real fast. How do I say it again? Practice my Spanish. Practice Spanish. The what? Malakma? Malakma. How do I say practice Spanish?
Practicar español.
Practicar
español.
Español. Practicar español. Okay. Somos la escuela israelita de conocimiento práctico universal desde uno oeste.
Dirección 1 oeste.
Desde uno oeste.
Calle
125 Harlem, Nueva York, bajo el mando del general YAHANNA. Is that right?
Bajo el comando.
Bajo el comando general YAHANNA.
Nuestro general.
I got Nueva. I'm sorry, let me break it down for you. 125 Harlem, Nueva York, bajo el mando del general YAHANNA. That good? Okay. Desde el 1900. Is that right?
No.
Desde el 1969. Carnales, esta es la verdad. Si tú eres español, negro o indio, nativo, tú eres Israel, el pueblo, el idioma.
You say pueblo santo.
Okay, Pueblo Santo or not Pueblo El Idio? Which one is better?
I say Pueblo Santo.
Y'all got to come together on that. Every person out there, all speaking different than each other. So I tried to talk Spanish today to the sister in the gym. It was a whole different thing. She told me. Come on, it's a car.
So like I said, elegido means chosen. So I think that's
okay, but he wanted to say santo to mean chosen, correct? What would you say?
Santo means holy. But if you want to say the chosen people, it'll be elegido.
You wouldn't say santo, pueblo santo. You wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you can say that. You can say.
What would you say? You wouldn't say el idio.
I chose it.
That's correct. So I want to say el pueblo, el idio de Dios. Would you say it like that?
I'll say like that.
Okay. Carnales, esta es la verdad. Si tú eres español, negro o indio, nativo, tú eres Israel, el pueblo, el idio de Dios. All right.
And also too, I didn't see Sister Kadasha Ra over there sitting next to Tyler Live. There's another super quiet sister right here. But Sister Kadasha Ra, and this ain't hype. My Ta'ala's wife. And this is no hype. Again, when I came to Philly, I'm trying to hold this thing together. Sister Kadasha Ra also took so much good care of us. We got our first school because of this sister right here. She put it up. She put it up on her credit card. And she took such wonderful, wonderful care. You understand, of me and all the brothers that was with us. And thank you, sisters, so much. I know I always bring y'all up, but Paul always brought up them sisters that did these things, man. That did these great works. And these brothers, as they'll bring all the rest of you. I know I see some of y'all, and I'm hearing Reputation, my Paul's wife, another amazing sister coming up. I'm hearing about all you another amazing sister coming through here. I don't know all the stories, but the brothers know the story, and they coming through. Hazayan's wife, who held the school down out here in Las Vegas. Shout out to what's your name, sister? What's your name? Amanaba. Sister Amanaba, another sister, and there's quite a few of you in here, man. And you should be acknowledged, man. And as the brothers come up, they're gonna tell them stories and bring this out. We should encourage. The scripture says, "Esteem not brother daily." That's right. We should lift each other up. Don't hate on another brother. Don't be jealous on another brother. Don't look at what another brother is doing. You got some superstars. Some men esteem, here and there. Some men esteem every day. You know what I mean? You got superstars in here, and you got brothers that is coming up and fighting and coming through. Let them brothers, let all of us lift each other up. Another bad cat back there, that Lahab back there. Oh my God. You know what I mean? So I could go on all night. You know what I'm saying? You got nothing but bad dudes up in here, man. And growing and building. I love it, man. I love it. I love to see everything y'all doing. I know the Most High love it. And it's going to do damage across this world. And some last point. They treated us for so many years like we was filth. Like we was filth, nothing but dirty criminals and whores and all that. When they created that world for us and then put us and enforced us in it. And as we come up out of it, they're going to hate us for it. You understand? But we're going to be that honorable 12 tribes of the Lord. And as we do it, there's nothing they can do about it. It's going to make us amazing, man. So that's it. I'm going to get up off of my door.
Come, Yasha! Come, Yasha! With that quote, what about one? That over? That was it. Congratulations.
The bottom opportunity at One West Radio.
What do we do now, dog? All right, we're going to get it on now. Give it a hand. With that, I invite you. Rock. Come, Who's the power? Who's the power? Who do we think? Who do we think? Who is your king? Who is your king? Who is your king? What's your name? Israel. Got you the time. Tsar. Barak. Class dismissed.